panelists, distinguished guests, and all the delegates who are joining us online to various modes. We have our this digital conference hosted on a platform. Many of the participants are joining through that. It's also live on
Recording in
YouTube channel
progress.
of the Policy Times and the Facebook page. We we from WeCare side, we would like to congratulate all the all the leading professionals in this space who have continually been engaging with us on this important thematics. This is the uh, second series in the policy dialogue. We are now focusing, today we are going to focus on the recycling infrastructure specific from the context of what India needs to look at to scale the efforts, how recycling needs to be more comprehensive in terms of linking back to the manufacturing, the kind of recycling we are doing today and what recycling we need in the future. That's what we need to look at, and how technology can play a big role in it. So we have during the day a battery of speakers coming from stakeholders like academia, our policymakers, industry, recyclers, technology providers. So we are hopeful that members would really benefit from it. As WeCare, a 37 brand consortium, we are making all efforts in India to bring all the stakeholders together through this policy dialogue series. And we actually thrash out all the challenges that we have, and we suggest some policy changes and also the way forward in terms of technology take-up and technology adoption. So we, from WeCare side, we also emphasize a lot on the segregation at source, because that's where the whole value of plastic waste goes down. And if we are able to bring segregation at source, uh, uh, we can do much better than what we are doing today. To do that, WeCare has a lot of initiatives, specifically for youth engagement, specifically for outreaching to various stakeholders, and our WeCare fellowship program, WeCare policy dialogue series, WeCare awareness activities that we undertake is helping our members to meet the objective of segregation at source, and that's the basic key messaging that we give across to various stakeholders. Now, having said that, I would thank all the fellow panelists who have joined in from Japan, US, and also Mayor of Visakhapatnam would be joining in, and we are hopeful that we would gain a lot of insights from the experts that we have today in the panel. So
Thank you.
thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kamal, for the welcome remarks. Policy Time, WeCare, one of the largest industry consortium of sustainability officers, and the Policy Times regularly organizing WeCare Policy Dialogue Series of Regional Conference. The idea is India, the next phase is of India, whether it is in terms of economic rise or strategic rise, policy rise, India has a lot of important role to play globally. Now, recycling or sustainable development is one of the core sectors that WeCare has taken very seriously. This is our second regional dialogue, and the theme that we have kept is building India's recycling infrastructure. I mean, when we talk about sustainable development, without having a strong recycling infrastructure, the job will not be done. Now, when we say that, how do we build a recycling infrastructure in a country like India, which is so diverse and so spread across? Different states have different challenges, different region have different ecosystem in working. So we will try to take some international guidance and experience. There are 4 or 5 parameters which are background of building a solid recycling infrastructure, as we understand from a a layman's perspective. One is the supply chain, because it's a physical good. The waste is a physical good. So a strong supply chain is extremely important to build a global recycling infrastructure. The second is R&D and investment. Innovation, R&D and investment are again the backbone, because this is ever changing, evolving. So how much R&D are we putting? How much innovations are we able to bring in? And how much investment is going in that will be a very important part to see. Third is the scalability of our recyclers. Scalability plays a very important role in terms of this. So our speakers now, we have two eminent speakers globally joining us. I will first invite, so we'll take first experience from United States. And from US, we have Dr. Sheikh Naeem, who is the Director of Energy and Sustainability at California State University, USA. So I'll request Mr. Naeem to share his views and remarks of how United States has been building its recycling infrastructure in plastic waste management. Over to you, sir.
Okay, can I share the screen?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. You can see my screen?
Yeah, we can see. You
Okay.
can make it a full screen.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Akram. Thank you, Mr. Kamal Sharma. My name is Sheikh Naeem. I'm not a doctor. I have two master's degrees. My name is Sheikh Naeem. I was born and raised in Chennai. I went to school in elementary school in MWA in Gopalapuram. I did my high school in Wesley High School, and I did my engineering at the College of Engineering, Guindy. And I came to US in 1982, and I've been in this sustainability energy recycling industry for about 30 years now. And I would like to thank for Akram and WeCare to giving me the opportunity to come and speak here. So I will do my best to influence the audience. So let me start. Respected Honorable Minister of Environment and Pollution Control, Youth Welfare and Sports Development, Sri Mayanathan. Respected Srimati Golagani Hari Venkata, respected all attendees. Good morning and vanakkam to you all. I thank and commend the government leadership for supporting this extremely important conference. We are here to learn and share our knowledge and experience to make India a super clean country. Thank you, WeCare and Policy Times, for organizing such a valuable conference, and thank all the industry leaders for joining the conference this morning. This event, a special gathering, is a tribute to you all who work every day to make India and the world a more sustainable place to live and thrive. I thank the scientists, waste management professionals, and sustainability ambassadors who work in the offices and in the field to make the change we want to see. We all know the evidence of global warming and climate change brought on by human activity is mounting every day. At one time, we were thinking this is a problem for the future generation, but no, this is today's issue, and it is much worse than what we had predicted earlier. It is not just about our city or state or nation, but it is about the whole interconnected world. So we must think globally and act locally. This is not the world in which we want to have our children and grandchildren to live. So let's act now. And there's a saying, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Okay. So with that, I want to move on to the next slide. In this slide, I want to talk about policy, best practices, and opportunities. Everybody has a role to play, and starting with the government can develop climate action plan, develop and enforce sustainability policy at a local, state, regional, and national level. I'm talking about from my California experience. Provide incentives to businesses and residents, implement strict plastic procurement and use measures. So managing waste, how can we manage waste? We can manage by refusing, reducing, reusing, recycling, increasing awareness, education, and outreach. Awareness, education, and outreach is very, very important in the waste management industry. All organizations must implement a comprehensive recycling program. Compost food waste, eliminate single-use plastics such as straws, bags, and water bottles. Consider waste-to-energy projects. Dispose e-waste responsibly. The industry has opportunity. Recyclers have the opportunity to penetrate the global market of recycling plastic, metal, electric vehicle batteries, storage batteries, and solar panels at the end of their life. So as the market is increasing, EV market, there is humongous opportunity. They don't know what to do with the EV battery at the end of the life. So there is a huge market for EV battery recycling as much as there is a market for the plastic recycling. As I just want to throw that in front of you all. Business end users mandates. So government can play a role by implementing. Government must require manufacturers, retailers, businesses, consumers to measure their carbon footprint and set goals to reduce their carbon emissions. Conserve the use of natural resources, implement energy, water, waste management, and green procurement policies. The policies is usually the one that drives the actions. So we must have strong policies. Increase waste management awareness among employees and business partners. Consider implementing carbon tax. So we have a cap and trade in the US. So India can also consider the cap and trade elements. Education and research institutions. So the academic sector has a big role to play. They can offer sustainability courses, including waste management at the inclusive or at focus level, offer degree programs in environmental sciences and sustainability, conduct research for further advancement in recycling technology. The media, of course, media has a very big role and influential role to play. They can continuously promote green products, interview the CEOs and CFOs and ask them where they stand on countries' recycling journey, organize annual sustainability conferences and summits such as this one. The banks, they have another important role to play. They can offer zero interest loans for recycling projects. So now I want to move on to the next slide. This is our California experience. This slide shows material classes in California's overall disposed waste stream. As you can see, the plastic accounts for 12% of the total waste. And the next slide will show you how much is the total waste. And this is coming straight from our state entity, and it's available on the internet. Organic waste is 34%, paper is 17%. So what is the 12% of plastic? I'll show you in the next two slides. But first, let's go to this waste generated by the sector. The commercial sector is the largest producer of the whole waste. This is about 16 million tons. And the residential sector is divided into two sectors: single family and multifamily. Single family here means like a bungalows, and multifamily is more like apartments and condominiums. So the single family generates about 9.4 million tons of waste, and multifamily generates about 1.8 million tons. And self-haul, these are the ones that people just take the waste straight to the sorting places. So a total of close to 40 million tons are being generated every year in California. Out of that, if you zoom further, the material classes franchise commercially. The commercial sector produces 14% of plastic. The single family residential sector produces, again, 14% of the plastic. And the multifamily produces about 10% of the plastic. And how much is this really whole plastic weight? It is about 4.5 million tons of plastic is generated every year from California. And this 4.5 million tons is being recycled by the recycling industry. So there is a huge opportunity to penetrate into the recycling industry the recycling market of the plastic. So out of the these are the categories of plastic that are being generated every year. As you can see, the maximum is coming from the film plastic, the bags and other thin plastic that we use. So in the next slide, as this is the number of recyclers that are listed on our website. There are thousands of recyclers, and there is, I believe they still need more recyclers to recycle their products. As the industry advances, now we're looking for recyclers of the lithium-ion batteries that are used in phones, used in electric vehicles, and storage energy. So in addition to the plastic, we're looking for some of the products that we need to be recycled. So see, the plastic recycling alone, which is the largest number here, there are about 4,000 recyclers. Okay? I can send the link to Mr. Akram, and he can distribute the list to the audience, whoever is interested. And in conclusion, it is true that climate change and the challenge of recycling sustainability are global problems. Greenhouse gas emissions have the same impact on atmosphere and on our planet, regardless of whether they originate in America, Europe, or Asia. But climate change is also a local problem. Solving begins with each of us. So we must educate one another. We must take the responsibility at the ground level and at the top level to solve this problem. With this, again, I thank the WeCare and Policy Times and the government officials who gave me a chance to present this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing the US experience, Mr. Sheikh Naim. I will now move on to our next speaker, Dr. Kojima. If you can come in camera, sir. So we had the American experience of how California, a state like California or America, is implementing this model. I will quickly invite Dr. Michikazu Kojima-san, who is the research fellow at IRIA and also chief senior researcher at Institute of Development Economics at JETRO, Japan, one of the leading organizations working in this domain. Dr. Kojima, over to you, sir. Sharing
thank you. Yes, thank you very much for kind introduction. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Is it okay?
We can see it.
Okay. My name is Michikazu Kojima. Thank you for inviting me to make a presentation in this event. I will talk about the building recycling infrastructure experiences in Japan. Especially, I'm focusing on plastic waste. We have many kind of recycling related act. In this presentation, I will explain the two of them. One is Act on Promotion of Recycled Resources. It's renamed in 2001 to Act on Promotion of Effective Utilization of Resources. And also Container and Packaging Recycling Act, enacted in 1995. So, but we have several other kind of the recycling laws also. And I also a little bit touch on the Act on Green Purchasing also. Containers and Packaging Recycling Act was enacted in 1995, and it applied the EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility, to the containers and packaging. And these are kind of target items. PET bottles are targeted in 1997. It's same time to other kind of the recyclables like aluminum can, steel can, and so on. And plastics other than PET bottles, plastic containers and packaging are enforced from the year 2000. So basically, consumers should have a kind of a sorting, and sorting categories are kind of determined by the local governments. And the local governments collect it and sent to the recyclers. But the recyclers are determined through the tender process organized by the kind of association which is contributed by the producers. So these are kind of the collection route. And the major route is right-hand side, designated association route, designated collection route. So producers contribute some kind of, how say, bear some cost of the recycling. And designated association made the kind of tender process to determine recyclers. And the consumers should have a kind of a sorted source separation. And local governments collected the recyclables and sent to recyclers, which were determined by the tender process through the designated association. But this, producers and also local governments have a kind of a, how say, opportunity to make a different kind of collection route also. So we have some flexibility. And this is a kind of a destination of a PET bottle recycling. So PET bottles are recycled to textile, sheet, or bottle for drink again. So right now the collection rate of PET bottles are 90-60.7% in fiscal year 2020. And in 2004, a committee of food safety of the Japanese government allowed to use recycled PET for drinks and foods, container and packaging. So PET bottle to bottle kind of recycling is getting popular right now. So it's about 1/3 of the destination of PET bottles. And this is a kind of the statistics about the destination of plastic packaging containers except PET. So other packaging and containers, most of them are used as a material recycling and also raw material for coke ovens. So there are some such kind of the some other kind of the technology to utilize the plastic waste, like blast furnace reducing agent or raw material for coke ovens, which generate coke oven gas and coke and ammonia liquor and synthesis gas producing ammonia and pyrolysis oil and kind of a white tray, which is recycled to white tray again. So this is the pyrolysis oil and our plastic to oil recycling plant. The plant was developed in 2000, but it was disbanded. The company was disbanded in 2011 because of the competition to other recycling technology. So other recycling technology is much, how to say, they have a kind of advantages. So they are difficult to continue the business. And the material recycling, it's very probably it's similar to India also. They wash and shredded the plastic package and containers and make a pellet and make some products. These right-hand side is a kind of the examples of the products. And these kind of products are, how say, bought by government also. In the green, we have a green purchasing kind of the act on green purchasing, and government should use the kind of the green product somehow, and one of them this kind of recycled products. And this is a kind of a, how say, the white tray or PSP tray, a polystyrene paper tray, which is used for selling sashimi or some meat. So the shops make a kind of packages using the white tray. And one of the companies have a kind of a self-collection route of this kind of a PSP tray. How say, the consumers bring waste PSP tray to the shops when they are going to buy something, and dispose PSP tray to special trash box. And then the companies producing the PSP tray, they pick up these kind of PSP waste PSP tray when they deliver the new PSP tray to the shop. So such kind of the how say collection is made by how say conducted by the producer themselves. And regarding to stimulate investment in plastic recycling, we have this Packaging and Container Recycling Act, which we how say use apply the extended producer responsibility, and so it's kind of the kind of funding mechanism for recycling, and the collection bared by the municipalities, and we have tender system to get the plastic waste or to determine the destination of collected waste. But we have some flexibility, as I mentioned. And we, Japanese government also try to stimulate investment in the recycling industries to specify kind of a recycling industrial park program. So local governments with support of national government developed industrial park for recycling. Several places, such kind of the how to say industrial park can reduce the negotiation with neighbors. I mean, NIMBY problems may happen when because companies invest in some area. So Japanese government tried to provide space to establish the recycling industry park, to make an recycling industry park. So that is one of the instrument, and producers also have a kind of initiative to make a guideline for design for recycling. For example, regarding PET bottles, in Japan, we don't have any coloring of the PET bottles. So we have only transparent PET bottles we use. And we also restrict the kind of type of plastic for labeling, and also have a perforation on labeling, so too easy to remove the labeling. So yeah, and such kind of the design for recycling is promoted by Act on Promotion of Effective Utilization of Resources. So this is one of the how to say labeling of the PET bottles. And this said bottles is a PET, and the others other cap and labels are different kind of the materials, and they have a kind of perforation to remove the labeling easily. And Japanese government also tried to stimulate the demand of recycled products, and government tried to make kind of industrial standards for recycled products. So with support of industrial association, they developed many kinds of the industry standard for plastic recycled products. So these are kind of policies to stimulate investment in recycling, like financing, collection mechanism to facilitate sorting, development mark for sorting, or industrial park, and the harmonized design for recycling, and the industry standards for ensuring the demand, and so on. So these are kind of a set of the policies to stimulate investment in the plastic recycling. So that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Kozima, for sharing the Japanese experience. Japan, which is believed as a zero, error nation, I think in almost all policies, has been doing wonderful work. And also the kind of recommendation and suggestions that you have shared is really nice. We have our Honorable Mayor from Greater Visakhapatnam. I want to welcome our special guest today, Srimati Golagani Hari Venkata Kumari ma'am, Honorable Mayor of Greater Visakhapatnam Municipal Corporation. Ma'am is a very grounded leader coming from that region, also giving a sign of women leadership from Andhra Pradesh. Ma'am has been working on the ground in the region on women empowerment, and also as a second time mayor in the city. Visakhapatnam is one of my favorite cities, ma'am, and I have been there. We organized partnership summit and many big events. It has always been the most gracious and hospitable city in the country we have, and ma'am is leading that from the front. I will request Honorable Mayor ma'am to kindly give your special remarks for our session today.
Good morning to all. First of all, I would like to appreciate the organizer WeCare, the Policy Times, for choosing topic on plastic waste management, which is a burning issue in most of the countries. Today, I wish you to share some initiatives of Andhra Pradesh, what we have planned to control the plastic problem. The state government is committed to work against single-use plastics and ensuring that all urban local bodies have the infrastructure to handle plastic waste. The Chief Minister has launched the Clean Andhra Pradesh under Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0 to make the state litter and garbage free, with a clear emphasis on clean lines. Swachha Andhra Corporation plans to set up 225 waste transfer center at ULB, where the primary waste collected from households will be compressed and sent to the treatment plant. Green tax, in a crackdown to pollutants, the Andhra Pradesh government has decided to ban single-use plastics as well as impose green tax. Online exchange of waste. The Chief Minister has launched the online waste exchange website of Andhra Pradesh Environment Management Corporation on the occasion of World Environment Day. It is an active initiative of the state government towards environment protection, covering 100% safe disposal, proper tracking, verification and inspections to toxic waste. It will actively promote the 6 R's: reduce, reuse, recycle, refurbish, redesign and remanufacture. In Visakhapatnam city, we have plastic waste recycle units in our solid waste management facilities. They control the marine pollution, take some actions like conducting beach cleanup activities and awareness creation programs by municipal corporations, NGOs and community. some scuba divers and engaged to pick up the plastic waste under the marine waters. As school level initiatives, the children were asked to collect homemade plastic at the school each month. The manufacturer would collect the waste for recycling and pay the school management for the collection. The many raised will be used by school management to improve school infrastructure or to provide grants to poor students and staff. NGOs in Visakhapatnam have started a plastic parlor in which they are providing food items, plants, and cloth bags in exchange of single-use plastic. The involvement of manufacturers and brand owners of fast-moving consumer goods. Companies is assistant to ensure reduction of plastic waste, including multi-layered and single-use plastics. The connection of extended producer responsibility with the ban is important for implementation. India has become a center of global policy development towards achieving United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. To achieve long-term sustainability, first we have to overcome from present challenges and fill the gaps, as well as taking proactivity measures. It is great pleasure for me to be a part of this program. Thank you for organizing such a relevant and timely conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor Ma'am. This conference is actually organized by WeCare, one of our largest industry leaders consortium of sustainability officers. So all the EHS heads of the leading companies are actually, they came together and built or created this WeCare, ma'am. So Policy Times and WeCare, Policy Times is actually helping WeCare to organize this. And we are doing it across India, South India, North India, East India, and West India, so that the national policies that our governments are taking or state level policies, we want to create awareness around sustainability issues. So we have the CEO of WeCare, Mr. Kamal Sharma. So Mr. Kamal Sharma,
Thank you.
Message.
Thank you, Akram. Thank you, Akram, and thank you, ma'am, for your elaborate actions that Visakhapatnam is taking. And as Akram mentioned, we are a consortium of Indian industry. Currently, we have 37 brands in our fold, and we would also increase our numbers in coming years. But from WeCare side also, we have been continuously giving a messaging that everything can be done. I mean, the recycling infrastructure can be building, technology can be brought in, but the key challenges for amongst us is the segregation of waste at source, and that's where all the stakeholders needs to take their part. And we are very happy to note that various stakeholders in Visakhapatnam are actually, taking this agenda forward to their own capacities. They are launching initiatives, and we are very happy to note that. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining in, and it was really you have given a very good start for the Southern Region workshop. We take your action points, through to our next sessions, and we would ask the relevant questions from the speakers. And we are hopeful that your team would stay back to be with us for the coming sessions. Next two sessions are going to be very interesting as we deep dive on various issues that we have on the table. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor, ma'am. We will definitely do a program in your city sometimes in future, bringing all the brands, recyclers, and different stakeholders, so that we can, Visakhapatnam is already a very clean city and a wonderful rising city, and we would like to contribute more in your journey.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, man. And also thank you so much, Kojima-san, for your remarks, sharing the experience of Japan. And we will be in touch with you from WeCare as well as the Policy Times in terms of organizing and bringing a lot of positive, lessons from Japan, a lot of technological support, a lot of investment support in whichever way possible, and also expand our collaborations so that we can contribute in developing India's recycling infrastructure. Also, want to thank Sheikh Naeem Saab for joining us from California. I think it's late evening there, but you have been with us, sharing your experience of California. We'll also be in touch with you in terms of further collaboration for this wonderful initiative. So now with this, we come to the end of our inaugural session. We will move on to our first session, and the first session will actually deal with building India's recycling infrastructure. So we'll go deep into the topic. I want to welcome our eminent speakers from government, industry, and recyclers who will be sharing their experience. I'll just mention the names, and then I'll request Kamal to take it forward now from here and maybe welcome our speakers. Yeah, please unmute, Kamal.
Yeah, thank you, Akram. And I would request your help in making the panelists on board. So I would request the panelists for this session. We have now a plenary session 1, which is about building India's recycling infrastructure. I would like to welcome Sri Jyotish Chandran Ji, Director, Swachh Bharat Mission, Suchitwa Mission, Local Self-Government Department, Government of Kerala. Akram,
yeah, sir is already here. Jyotish sir is here already. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, sir, you can just switch on your camera so that we all can see you. Second, Sri Chenchu Garla Krishnamurthy, a Senior Environmental Engineer, Andhra Pradesh Pollution Control Board.
Yeah,
Welcome,
Krishnamurthy sir will be joining soon. He is
okay.
Working on connectivity.
Mr. Saurabh Palsania, ex-director, Dalmia Cement Bharat Limited.
Yeah,
you may switch on your camera. Yeah.
Good morning.
Welcome, Wilson. Yeah. Good morning. Mr. Akshay Rath, co-founder and CEO of EcoX. Mr. Rath, you can switch on your camera now.
Yeah, he's also
Mr. Amrendra Kumar, Vice President, Ramki and Whole-Time Director, Ramki, ARM.
Yeah, he will be joining soon. He's coming.
Mr. Ashish Jain, Director, Indian Pollution Control Association, IPCA.
Okay. Yeah, Ashish Jain sir is also here. I'm just making him a panelist. So yeah.
Mr. Paras Gupta, Director, EPR and Sustainability.
Yeah.
Enviro.
Good morning.
Hi Ashish, good morning, welcome. Mr. Matthew Jose, Founder and CEO, Paperman. Mr. Jose?
Yeah, he's also here, so he will come.
Okay. So we would, when Mr. Krishnamurthy joins in, Akram, just let us know so that we can have his intervention. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So thank you to all the panelists for joining in, and it's a privilege to welcome this panel who has leaders from policy, who have implementation authorities, our waste management agencies who are working on ground. We have representative from Dalmia Cement who would bring in his perspective on co-processing of plastic waste into the cement kilns. So I would first, Akram, is Mr. Chandran has joined?
Yeah. Jyotish sir is here only.
Okay. So, Mr. Chandran, first we would like to welcome you as an honorable speaker for this session, and we would request your intervention in terms of what are the actions that you see
Yeah,
are being undertaken currently?
Whether he is able to unmute, and I think he's facing some technical issue. Let me just.
Okay.
He is here, but he's not able to come in camera. We can start with maybe Saurav sir, and then we can invite.
Okay, our next, yeah. So I would like to request Mr. Saurabh Palsania, who is the ex-director of Dalmia Cement. Mr. Palsania, you have been with Dalmia Cements, and you know that, I mean, we all recognize the contribution of cement industry in terms of co-processing of packaging waste, which I mean, there are a lot of things that cement industry co-processes, but we are specifically talking in the context of the waste which is not of any use, and it then is destined for cement kilns. So, what is your experience over the years as a co-processor, and what are the things that you think would facilitate, more and more quality plastics coming to cement industry? Number one. Number two, how do you foresee that the scaling of initiatives like Swachh Bharat Mission, segregation of waste at source, is going to help cement industry? Although we understand that the regulation wants the material to be recycled as a first choice, and co-processed and waste to energy should be at the tail end of it. But from your perspective, because there are issues also. I mean, it is not easy for cement industry to co-process that. That's what we know. But what are the challenges that you foresee, and how these kind of initiatives would further scale our efforts towards Swachh Bharat? Over to you, sir.
So happy morning to all of you, and thanks for providing opportunity to share the challenges or to share the contribution of cement industry in plastic waste co-processing. So, I mean, as a cement industry, see, we have been connected. We have been into this business since long since the start of Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, when we were asked to contribute for collection and co-processing of such waste across India. And since our presence as a cement industry, Dalmia Cement is present in 10 states as of now. And we have got 10 kilns, 10 locations where we are processing. We have set up a state-of-art technology, plants where we have also invested in co-processing equipments. So when this idea, was being shared with us in the office of the secretary, Mahua, and we were, many of the cement industries were also there, and some of the NGOs and maybe the other contributors were sitting across. It was, we thought it to be a very challenging affair, how to co-process such waste, which is nothing but mixed municipal waste. And it's, people used to call them SCF, that is segregated combustible fraction, while it was not even SCF. So RDF is the second stage of SCF, while we were not getting SCF also. But then to support the Swachh Bharat mission, we all joined hands together and started seeing the possibilities of how it can be co-processed in our kilns. And at that moment of time, there were no specialized equipments installed to co-processing the same. So you have rightly said that the source segregation as of now also is at a very niche stage, and many of the municipal corporations, and especially I will talk about the southern municipal corporations, I think that are at the very advanced stage of they are very active and trying to develop themselves for source segregation, and some of them are very efficiently working, while in other states we'll find that it's still it is to be explored, or it's still something has to be done on the ground floor. And especially in Andhra, especially in secondly in Tamil Nadu, things are things are moving fast. And we are also having almost in Andhra, and you can say in southern parts of India, we are having almost tie-ups with 70 municipal corporations. And we have also installed say, baling machines and trying to contribute towards the co-processing segregation at source also. But I'll say that 2018-19 was a start of all these activities from cement industries. And we were contributing to the extent of 1% of the thermal substitution rate at that moment of time. And today, with the joint efforts of municipal corporations, pharma industries, chemical fertilizer industries, automobile industries, FMCG industries, and many other PROs and all, we have been able to reach to 20% thermal substitution rate on an average. That means that somewhere we are operating at 35% TSR and maybe somewhere at around 12 to 15% TSR. And that is where, we have come a long way in the last 3-4 years. Just to share you that we are processing almost overall waste of 70,000 tons per month across our 10 states. And maybe that out of that 25 to 30,000 tons is plastic. And where, we are thankful for the support from municipal corporations as well as FMCG companies, where they are our customers, though, but without them, we cannot contribute towards it. And simultaneously, various PROs who have been putting day and night to collect such material and deliver it to us, maybe on account of FMCG companies or directly serving to us. Now, if you allow me, I would like to share a few sheets that what basically challenges are there through if you have time, then I can present for 15 minutes through a PowerPoint slide also.
Sir, we request if you can just present it, but just be at the crux and
I'll just surf it through.
Minutes.
Yeah, I'll just surf it through. Sorry, are you able to see it?
Yeah, we can see it, sir.
Yeah, we can see. Yeah.
Okay. So now is this slide up?
You may need to open it. Yeah.
Now is it visible?
Just in your. It's visible, but still in your. Outlook. You just need to double click the attachment to open it in a PPT.
Is it visible now?
Sir, we can see. Yeah, it's visible.
Solid waste management slide. Is it visible?
Dalmia Bharat Group logo and major project key material tie-up.
Okay, sorry. I think it's a wrong slide that I've shared.
Do you want me to share it?
No, I think you. You might not be having this PPT.
No, you have only given your profile.
Yeah. Just a minute, or otherwise I'll.
Yeah, you can simply.
So I'll just talk about it. First point is that we need to have in industries, we have got a BIS system where Bureau of Indian Standards controls the quality. So one is that how that quality is being controlled. There are certain, guidelines for segregation at source and for the specification of the plastic waste or RDF that is available. If those guidelines are also framed for, like it is framed for cement or many other products, if those guidelines are framed for municipal waste or plastic waste also, I think we need to go to that extent that how those processing should happen. What should be the guideline to process those plastic waste or segregated combustible waste, so that quality products can be delivered, whether it is to the cement industries or to the recyclers. Second is that we need an infrastructure where people who are into machine supply, manufacturing of machinery and equipments, that they standardized the equipments like straw mills and maybe air separators or maybe all those, ballistic machines and all that, which can be manufactured in such a way that it can also remove the moisture out of it. It can also segregate it in a 100% way. The sand content or the iron content or any other waste can be segregated in a best possible way. And those machineries can also be standardized. Like in European countries, those, I mean, the process that's a real RDF. We have been able, got an opportunity to go and see that. And that's a real RDF that they are getting. And that's why they are reaching up to, and they have 100% replaced coal in their cement kilns. And we are, struggling at the level of, say, 20% of TSR, 20% replacement only. And similarly, they have also developed, there are certain, we have installed chlorine bypass systems in our units in Belgaum and Kadapa, whereby we are able to take out that chlorine dust from plastic waste as well as from the other waste that we are getting. So similarly, separation of chlorides, and more so when separation of ash content from such plastic and RDF, which is a major, say, obstacle for using it to a higher extent. Whenever the ash is high, we cannot use it in kiln because that doesn't make a clinker out of it. And that ultimately goes into the as a waste only. While I'll say that kiln is cement industry is the biggest, you can say, scavengers across India, as the kiln, which we can call it as a Nilkant, and can absorb anything inside it because it is running at a temperature of 1400 degrees Celsius, and it is converting everything into either a product or ash. So nothing is emitted into the environment, and that's why it's most environment friendly. So one thing is that, and second is that the guidelines that we are coming up, maybe the NREP policy, which is National Resource Efficiency Policy, which says that polluters have to pay for it. And I think for that, the EPR framework is already in place. And now how those EPR framework is being executed at ground and how the things come up at the ground, that will be very important for recycling of plastics and for the recyclers too, and the industry like us also, and also the generators of such plastic waste. Now, similarly, we need to work on the ocean plastics also, where there are a lot of, say, places, tourist places across India, where a lot of plastics gets accumulated, and how that can be recovered, and it is being transported to, maybe to the recyclers or to the cement industries. That's a very important area where still a lot of efforts are to be made. And for that, definitely, I'll say that the state governments who are collecting revenues out of the tourist expenditures, that needs to be again recirculated for creating a circular economy from ocean plastic waste, or we can say river plastic waste, or temple plastic waste to back to the co-processing and waste to energy. I'll say that is one of the important areas which can save the import bills of India, where we can see that there is a high fluctuation in the crude oil prices today also and around the year, which will definitely help the import bill of India and balance of payments thereof. And secondly, the recycling of such plastic waste is already a part of EPR, where even the cement industries has also to contribute and serve it, recycle industries to some extent, by giving a share of the liability thereof through giving them plastics to recycle there. So, a lot of efforts now have to be made at the ground to standardize the machinery and equipments for processing it, and secondly, for setting up a guidelines for quality plastic waste, and developing infrastructure at source, especially the major, 300 million tons of dumps which are there in India, and maybe around, say, 100-150 dumps across India, which having a major quantity to be co-processed, either through biomining or through any other way. And then the municipal MRF centers, where we need to equip them with the required machineries, which can co-process it, dry it out, and then being transported to the respective place of waste to energy or to the recyclers. So I think this is what I just wanted to share. And such conferences will definitely help us to share our views and see that how we can get the people across this this conference where we can again collaborate and take this mission to a different height. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pasania, and it's really you hit the nail very right. You elaborated the needs that there is a need for standardization of segregation of waste at source, because if we talk about the capabilities of cement industry, the TSR that is currently and the potential that we have, but we have to understand that it is an industry in itself. It also has certain quality requirements. It also has, it also needs to follow some quality procedures for the waste that is going in the cement kilns, because until and unless the top priority is the quality of cement, which would be produced out of cement kiln. And as you rightly mentioned, it is one of the cleanest ways to dispose of the plastic waste, because nothing comes out from the cement kiln except the cement itself. And with the kind of pollution control devices that are there with cement industry, so all the issues related to air emissions and all that are well taken care of. So thank you so much for sharing this, and you have raised the bar for this panel, and the next panelists are going to reflect on these aspects as well. Thank you so much. So now I would like to invite Mr. Amrendra Kumar, Vice President, REMT and Whole-Time Director, REMT. Amrendra, you have been, your organization is one of the leaders in waste management in the country. You are working since decades in this space. Now, considering the focal point of plastic waste management, which is now at the municipality, because that's where the most of the solid waste, including plastic waste, is generated in the country. And you guys your team knows each and every aspect of it. Now, I would request you to kindly reflect on how you see that the quality of plastic waste, because ultimately we need to look plastic waste as a resource. And when I see a resource, I also, referring to the quality of that resource. So how do you think that the quality of plastic waste in the country can be enhanced? Do you think that with the current way of, having all the unsegregated waste coming at a point and then we deploy machinery to segregate it, how far it would go, and where do we stop that? Where do we bring in some ways, innovative ideas to, ask citizens to basically segregate their waste, and then, the supply chain of that waste would take the course forward. Over to you, Amrit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kamal. And before I start, just wanted an acknowledgement if I can be heard clearly by everybody.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So good morning to all my co-panelists, and first of all, hearty congratulations to Mr. Saurav for putting up such an excellent starting note. It was really insightful to see how cement plants look at and how they contribute to the overall plastic recycling ecosystem. And since we are one of the suppliers to cement industries, it's always good to understand how and what are the challenges which they face and how we can help them going forward. So to start with, Kamal, with your permission, there are a few slides which I just wanted to share with the larger team, so as to understand what we as a company we think.
And also, and Amrit, we have Mr. Jyotish Chandran joined in, Director Swachh Bharat Mission, Suchitwa Mission. Sir, we would come back to you. Just bear with us. Mr. Amrendra would just complete his presentation in 5-7 minutes, and we would come back to you, sir. Thank you for joining in. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I also welcome
Amrendra,
co-panelist. Yes. So it's a short presentation. Talks about as a company how Ramki looks at infrastructure creation and contribute to the cause of plastic recycling. So if you look at our current portfolio today, these are the locations where we have plastic recycling facilities, and some of them are like Raipur is under construction, expected to go live by the month of May. So our philosophy has always been to address multiple materials, because the moment we talk about plastics, first we have those 7 broad categories, and then also we know that there are more than 40-50 different subcategories of plastics. So our approach has always been to develop infrastructure which should be capable of handling all sorts of plastics. Second, cardinal rule for us is that we will focus on units which will go for upcycling or at least spiral cycling. So the true spirit of recycling comes up once the material which comes in and the material which goes out are almost identical to the extent possible, and or to the extent techno-commercially it is viable. And third is use of technology. The choice of technology is also an important critical parameter, because what technology we select today is going to stay for next 10-15 years. So we are very, or I would say that there is a huge amount of due diligence which goes in whenever we select a particular technology over the other. Not only just looking at what it means for today, but also what it means 5, 10, 15 years down the line. Because technology, once invested, we have to stay married for that technology for next 10, 15 years. So these are the cardinal rules which as a company we look at once we go for plastic recycling infrastructure. Now coming to the second point as to how do we understand, or how do we as a company structure this infrastructure creation? As Kamal explained, we are essentially a waste management company, which means our job starts from collecting all sorts of municipal waste right from the doorstep, from my house to your house to everybody's houses. So wherever we operate, that's our starting point. And through investment in right infrastructure, we have been able to create some world-class transfer stations. If you go around in Hyderabad, there are some of the world-class transfer stations which deploy best-in-class compactors, a Mercedes-Benz fleet to move the scrap around. So that's the kind of infrastructure which we have created as part of our MSW operations. Now extending the same thing, we are integrating these transfer stations with MRFs. There is one such pilot which is going on in Hyderabad, where we have selected around 5 to 7 transfer stations, where we are integrating those transfer stations with MRFs, with the sole objective that once the waste reaches to our transfer station, once the source segregation is achieved, and which I'm happy to report in Hyderabad, we have been able to achieve a good level of that, the wet and dry gets taken care of right at that point to their individual journeys. So for the wet waste, we all know the journey is to go to a P&D site, get converted into compost or RDF, and then can go for co-processing, or some of them gets captively consumed. And whatever dry waste which comes out goes for subsequent recycling. This is our infrastructure creation model as far as our integration with our existing business is concerned. But talking about what Kamal very rightly pointed, the quality of plastics is, or the inherent properties of plastics determines what kind of recycling would be techno-commercially feasible. And that brings me to our broad integrated recycling infrastructure plan. This is, as a company, what we do. Once we receive the plastics at our MRFs, depending on what and kind of plastics it is, either it goes to our waste to energy plants, which Mr. Saurabh very clearly said, it's going to be a key element in the overall plastic roadmap or Swachh Bharat roadmap for the country. And today we operate 2 plastic waste to energy plants in Hyderabad and Delhi. And there are 3 more which are under construction in Hyderabad, Mumbai and Rewa. And there is another 2 more which we just recently got sanctioned by the government. So we are a company, we are investing in waste to energy infrastructure. And for us, it's a very good example of how a circular economy and zero waste can be achieved. Because what we generate out of our waste to energy plant is clean electricity, and whatever residues or bottom ash which comes out goes to our ash recycling plant, where this ash is again converted into paver blocks and tiles, which again goes back to the city PWD departments for the using of paver blocks for the pavements and crossing and the curbstones and all those applications. So huge amount of waste, clean energy, and tiles. That's the infrastructure which we have been able to create and demonstrate both at our Hyderabad and Delhi waste to energy plants. Second, or another evolving area where we are making significant investments is to explore the emerging opportunities in pyrolysis. We all know how the crude oil and the uncertainties around crude oil the world has experienced. And looking at the past, we know that those uncertainties are definitely to stay here for future. So the idea is to invest in pyrolysis, although technology is currently globally considered at TRL 5 or 6. We are investing in these prototypes to explore which technology can become a scalable technology in the future and generate pyrolysis oil for it. And the third, wherever mechanical recycling is possible, we are setting up these world-class plastic recycling facilities where we can either produce granules or we can produce flexible films, bags, tiles, pavers, all sorts of infrastructure is getting created in those locations. So this is our comprehensive roadmap as far as how we plan and execute infrastructure creation as far as plastics is concerned. Some of the glimpses of our facilities. What you see on the top is our waste to energy facility in Delhi, which is an almost a near identical infrastructure which we have in Hyderabad, which is almost capable of disposing 5,000 tons of plastics in a day, generating 44 megawatts of clean energy. And there is another 60 megawatts, which is under construction, expected to go commissioning in the next 18 to 30 months. And these are some of the command control centers which we have, how these plants are operated. What you see on the bottom is our infrastructure which we have created in Vizag. And I will take a moment to talk about it. This is one of the examples of how we create scalable and circular infrastructure. You see, the input material to this plant are is LD covers. And what goes out of plant is what you see on the right hand side. It's again LD covers. So the input and the output is exactly the same. There is no downcycling. There is no loss of physical properties. There is no compromise in terms of the end use of the material, what comes in and what goes out. So what goes out are 100% recycled plastic bags, which goes into our captive hospitals. Because as part of Ramki, we also have a huge portfolio of biomedical application operations where this material goes into these hospitals to serve as our the liners, as the bin liners. It goes into these hospitals. So that's the kind of infrastructure which we attempt to create. This is again our facility from Dubai, what we have created over there. This is the state-of-the-art MRF which we have set up. It is capable of handling almost 1,600 tons a day. That's the kind of infrastructure which we have created. And I'm very happy to inform that all this plant almost runs at 80% capacity utilization on day-to-day basis. And the another interesting part is that once a waste comes in, there is no human intervention till the point all the materials are segregated automatically and comes out into separate in terms of their different categories and grades. So that's the kind of infrastructure which we have created in Dubai. If you ask me whether India is ready for such an infrastructure, probably no, because one of the important factor of when we create infrastructure is we also look at the human angle while we're creating those assets. So that brings me to the next slide, is use of technology. So while plants, equipments, machineries, high quality washing lines, high speed extruders, these are definitely the need of the hour. What also is a need of the hour is to focus on technology when we do this entire waste collection, recycling, transportation, and disposal. So what we have been able to create is an internal software, internal cloud-based infrastructure, where right from the point the material is picked up, till the point the material is, and the entire journey from where it was collected, what was the mode, what is the frequency of collection, from whom it was collected, which sorting facility it went to, what was the sorting process, where it was shipped, what are the shipping documents, till which recycling plant it went, how was it recycled, what were the operational compliances which were maintained while this entire activity. So everything is captured end to end from the point a material comes in till the point the material exits our ecosystem. So this software is called Reloop. This is our in-house portal, also for EPR fulfillment and also for the entire material tracking. And this entire portal was developed with 3 basic pillars. One, all our corporate policies, be it anti-bribery, child labor, equal wages, equal opportunities, all those are well ingrained while this entire operation happens. Due diligence, what is right, what is not. All those checkpoints are incorporated in our software. And third is environment protection. How these operations are ensuring that the environment is not impacted while all of these recycling activities are carried out. So, to summarize, as a company, when it comes to infrastructure creation, we look at 6 important or dimensions. One, the operations have to happen on scale. So, as a Ramki, we believe in creating impact at scale. Second, integrated approach. When we say integrated approach, this means that while we create infrastructure, we don't intend to displace the existing workforce which are employed. So when we create an infrastructure, when we create an MRF, if you go around, you'll find that most of the operators or people who are working in these MRFs were earlier rat pickers who were operating on door to door or moving on the streets. Those people we have taken in as a full-time employees of our company. Third, collaborative business model. So we collaborate with SSGs, we collaborate with municipalities, we collaborate with urban local bodies. Then value addition. Our focus is value addition in terms of how the material is getting recycled, adoption of technology, and creating IP and know-how. That's an important thing. I want to spend some 30 seconds. Till now, our country has always looked at best for importing technologies. We as a company also intend to promote homegrown technologies for plastic recycling, because we strongly believe that what works in Europe may work in India, but what has been innovated in India will definitely work in Indian conditions. So that's another thing which we look at while we look at infrastructure creation and recycling. That would be all. I'll be happy to look at any questions as it comes along. Thank you, Kamal, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Amrendra. That's a very elaborate presentation about the existing infrastructure that you have and how you plan your things in a very just and creative manner, and you also deploy the latest technologies in your operations. That's very heartening to note. So Kamal, I have some questions, but I will come back to you. But I would write. Hello. Yeah.
I mean, so something if we need to ask to Amrendra, is it the right time or we'll ask later on?
No, we would ask later.
Okay.
And panelists are so let me invite Mr. Jyotish Chandran, who has been waiting with us. Mr. Chandran, you can just switch on your camera. We would like to hear you out. Chandran, are you there?
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. I am working in State Shujitva Mission under Government of Kerala.
Yeah.
And I'm the Director of Solid Waste Management. And we are doing so many activities for reducing waste. I have a short presentation also. Just I'm sharing the screen.
Sure.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yeah, is it visible, sir? Please make it a full screen below.
Full screen. Okay.
Yeah. The option is below. There is a cup sign on your, I think, right side.
Right.
Left. You please continue, sir. You please.
Okay. About Shujitha Mission. Shujitha Mission is a technical body of Government of Kerala. Actually, it is a nodal agency for supporting local self-government institutions such as Gram Panchayat, then municipalities and the corporations. And we are providing technical support also, and we are giving technical sanctions as well as funding. And we are dealing the Swachh Bharat Mission activities also. Swachh Bharat Mission rural and Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin activities. Regarding non-biodegradable waste, actually, this is the plastic is actually the non-biodegradable waste subject today, and we are doing both the non-biodegradable and the biodegradable waste reduction mechanism. And here we are dealing the non-biodegradable waste such as plastic and other NB items. And we are actually collecting this plastic waste and the non-biodegradable waste from the houses itself by using Harita Karma Sena. We are having.
मेरे ये J305 में क्या पैसा चला गया खत्म हो गया क्या?
We are having Harita Karma Sena.
Akram, we request you to kindly mute yourself.
And we are also doing segregation of these kind of collected things, and we are transferring to the next higher levels. That means we have a MR of material recovery facility centers are there, then resource centers are there, and where we are segregating the plastics and the recyclable value of plastic, we are actually transferring to the recycling industries, and other plastics like the rejects, some these kind of things we are actually using for construction of a road, etc. And this is actually a microprocess interface. Hyderabad or Green Task Force is a micro enterprise unit formed in Kerala, and they are actually collecting the plastic and other non-degradable waste from the houses on a weekly or monthly basis, and they are collecting. They are actually collecting some user fee also, and they are getting some other support from the local self-government institution also. Actually, this Hyderabad or Green Task Force is functioning well across Kerala, across different municipalities and Gram Panchayats of Kerala, and each ward having two Haritagram Sena or Green Task Force members are there, and they are in charge of collection mechanism. And the user fee also they are collecting. It starts from 50, 100 and above, depends upon the quantity of waste they are collected. This is the picture. That means in Kerala we are having 14 districts, and every district having a Gram Panchayat, then municipalities and corporations are there. I think out of 941 Gram Panchayat, we already having 922 Gram Panchayats having this Green Task Force, and they are collecting this kind of waste. That means the biodegradable waste from the houses. It includes plastic, then e-waste, then hazardous waste. All this waste they are collecting except biodegradable waste. As far as biodegradable waste, we are having some problem here because Kerala is one of the densest populated area in India, and we are also not having enough space for establishing a large plants. So we are actually focusing in decentralized waste management system in biodegradable waste, and some institutional and community plants are also there. But mostly we are addressing the biodegradable waste in the sources. Wherever the waste is produced, we are using or we are providing such devices in the source itself. Here, I think out of 941 Gram Panchayats, 922 having the Harita Sena is active there, and out of 87 municipalities, 86 municipalities have their facilities there, and out of 6 corporations, 10% mechanism is there. And the functions, the activities of Harita Sena are actually they are actually making some kind of surveys for assessing the waste they are generating in the houses, and they are also monitoring the established source level solid waste management system. Also, they are caring, and then they are visiting the houses and institutions where the biodegradable and non-biodegradable waste are produced, and they are giving this mechanism also, and they are the assistance for composting, like monthly supply of inoculum. That means for addressing the biodegradable waste, the house owners, they need actually the inoculum, and they are also supplying the inoculum. And actually, they are not collecting the biodegradable waste, but they are managing or they are supporting how the house owners or the houses can address the biodegradable waste. But at the same time, they are collecting the non-biodegradable waste from the houses. And they are also supporting the Green Protocol. The Green Protocol initiative, one of the initiative actually started in Kerala. We are reducing the waste that is actually they are looking for. And they're actually collecting the waste from the door-to-door collection they are doing with a regular interval. That means on weekly basis or monthly basis based on the waste generated. Then collection of user fee also doing by this Hydrogram Sena, and they are conducting awareness program also, because for minimizing the waste they are doing some awareness program also, and they are selling valuable products also from non-biodegradable waste. And here on CKCL, Clean Kerala Company Limited, is also an initiative of Government of Kerala. 50% share is Government of Kerala, and the remaining shareholders are there. This PKCL is the authority. They are actually collecting the plastic and other waste collected by the Hydrogram Sena, and they are forward linked to the other activities. And after collecting the waste from the houses, they are actually keeping all the waste in a MCF. That means material collection facility centers are there, and in each ward or 3 or 4 ward having one MCF is there, and they are collecting all the waste there, and they are segregating. Then they can forward link to the RRFs. We have some RRFs also there, and there they can further segregation they can do. And this is the picture of the MRF. This kind of material recovery facility centers are there in almost every Gram Panchayat municipalities, having 2 or 3 MRFs are there. The waste collected from this MRF, they are actually taken to the MCF. Here, the segregation of plastic waste is being done, and from where they are collecting, they are segregating the waste into for different uses. For recycling, so some plastic shedding units are also there. The carry bags, then we can't use for any other further use. So we are actually shedding the plastic there, and we are using for the road concession. And the plastic for using for recycling, they are baling it. The baling units are also there. And we have about 59 functional RRFs. Resource recovery facilities are in Gram Panchayats, and 51 block panchayats having RRFs are there. And out of 6 corporations, 10 RRFs are functioning there. In this RRF, we have having the shedding and the baling machines and the dust removal machines, and these shredded plastics or the rejects, or we are actually using for the MCF and transferred to CKCL. This is actually the resource recovery facility in one of the block panchayat in Mondo, and another one, the resource recovery facility in Kollam. This is a mechanism of using the shredded plastic for tarring, for road tarring. I think nearly 2,400 metric ton of shredded plastic already hand over to local bodies and the public works departments, and we are already used 4,290 kilometers of road so far for constructing by using nearly 8 to 10% of plastic granules by replacing bitumen. We are also having mechanism of collection of plastic from the waysides and the canal drains, public places, and other places. And these plastics also we are actually segregating, and if it can be used for recycling, then we can use for recycling. Otherwise, we can forward link to the cement kilns for processing. Shredded plastic production actually for using polymerous road construction and under the ownership of Clean Kerala Company. And here also we are for reduction mechanism, we are also banned single-use plastic. Then Green Protocol also we are adopting. Then awareness among stakeholders. Actually, for road construction, nearly 8 to 10% of bitumen can be replaced by using the shredded plastic by way we can save considerable amount of amount by using this plastic by reducing the use of bitumen. By the end of 2021, about 2,661 metric ton of scheduled plastic produced, and 4,290 kilometers road already be constructed. These are the details of scheduled plastic used for National Highway Authority of India and PWD and LSC for the last 5 years, and a total of 2,661 metric ton of plastic we already used, and the details are shown in this slide for the usage of NHA, PWD, and LSCA. There's some pictures of for construction of road using this scheduled plastic, and the system already actually recommended by the IRC, and in Kerala, and this kind of road construction is successfully carried out. It's a picture for road construction mechanism. And we also banned single-use plastic, wide GO dated 1912-2019, and this came into effect from 1/1/2020. This is some mechanism. Green protocol is actually the government of Kerala initiative, and we are using and we are reducing the use of disposable items, and by that way we can reduce the generation of waste. This is one of the successful model implemented in Kerala from 2014 onwards. By avoiding disposable things, instead of disposable things, we are using steel, glass, plate, everything. And by the way, we can reduce a considerable amount of non-biodegradable waste. There are some pictures showing the green protocol activities. The national games here, I think in Kerala 2015, we conducted national games here, and we introduced this green protocol by using steel, glass, plates, and everything. And by the way, we could minimize considerable quantity of plastic generation, plastic waste generation. In everywhere, in swearing ceremony, then school festival, everywhere we are actually adopting this kind of green protocol activities. School arts festival, marriage functions. This is another initiative of government of Kerala. That means collectors at school. That means this kind of cages we are installing in schools, and the students are getting awareness for they are actually taking plastic to the schools, and they are depositing in these cages, and we are collecting periodically. And this is a swap shop. This also usage of some used articles by some other persons, and this kind of activities also we are doing. This will promote the reuse of the resources. Thank you. This is some of the initiative we have taken in Kerala. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Kamal, please unmute. Kamal, we can't hear you.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is heartening to note that under your leadership, forward in Kerala, and you have your program is actually touching with awareness creation, helping the ensuring that the waste which is collected is channeled to the right set of recycling, including road making, and the kind of plastics that you have diverted for road making is in itself an example to quote. In fact, Kerala is one of the states who brought out a policy at the first in the country to have plastics to be integrated into the PWD constructed roads and all that. Thank you for your presentation. I would now request Mr. Sri Krishnamurthy, a senior environmental engineer from Andhra Pradesh Pollution Control Board. Mr. Krishnamurthy, a warm welcome to this session. And you are coming from a regulator's side, and you have seen a lot of changes over the last 5 years, the way the plastic waste has been implemented in the country, specifically in Andhra. What is your take in terms of how do you see plastics as a material is being collected, channeled for recycling? And what's your view in terms of how can we scale such initiatives? Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Kamal?
Yeah.
So we are inviting Krishnamurthy, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah. You are audible, but Krishnamurthy, sir, is not there in camera. Yeah. None. Can you invite someone else, and then I'll just.
Krishnamurthy. Mr. Krishnamurthy, can you switch on, please, and unmute yourself?
He's not able to do so. Kamal, you can continue with other speaker. He will join back again. So I'll just take him again. Yeah. Kamal.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So I would like to request Mr. Matthew Jose, founder and CEO of Informal. Mr. Jose, you are one of the eminent players in this waste management in southern states, and you have a good stronghold as well as capacities developed in the southern region. We would like to hear from you. Has been your over the last that have worked for, and where do you find challenges? You can reflect on your thoughts on both in the policy side as implementation challenges.
Kamal, there was a lapse in your question. Well, there was a I think the net was a little down, I guess. Can you just ask that again?
Okay. So what I am asking is that can you please share your thoughts as one of the eminent players in southern region, the things that over the last 5 years you has helped you and where you find challenges now to take it to the next level, because what we are now getting from the government in the format of national regulation, it is a complete game changer the way the national regulations are going forward. So we need to ensure that we have a quality plastic waste coming out from the municipality. We have people working to collect the quality plastics and channel industry, recycling industry, or the cement industry, and whatnot. So how do you see that we need to scale toward what we can say recycling 2.0 in the
Kamal, Krishnamurthy sir is here. We can invite him if he is. Yeah, Krishnamurthy sir, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
request you to please stay back and let Mr. Krishnamurthy
Sure.
been waiting with.
Sure.
Thank
No
you.
problem.
Thank you.
Sir, good morning to
Mr.
everybody.
Krishnamurthy, thank you for joining in. Yeah. So, Mr. Krishnamurthy, we would like to hear from you in terms of, as a regulator, how the plastic waste issue being implemented on ground. You have been manning it since last 4 or 5 years. So, regulator aspect, we want to bring it. Yeah.
Okay. Sir, good morning to everybody. Sir, good morning, everybody. Am I audible, sir?
Yes. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Yeah.
Sir, recently Clean Andhra Pradesh under Swachhandra Mission. Moni, ఒక 5 నిమిషాల తర్వాత ఫోన్ చేస్తాను. Clean Andhra Pradesh under Swachhandra Mission 2.0 was launched to make the state litter and garbage free. Under this program, several waste transfer centers are being established and they are implemented also. And material recovery facilities already in place. Around about 79 ULBs are having material recovery facilities where recyclable plastic and recyclable waste will be separated. This one, and unrecyclable waste will go to cement plants for co-incineration, and biodegradable waste will go to the composting plants. In the state, as of now, we are having 2 waste to energy plants are there and located at Guntur and Vizag with a capacity of 1133 and 1202 tons per day of capacity and covering 13 ULBs around Guntur and Vizag. And we have been following the biomining of legacy waste also. So far, we have biomined 1.56 lakh tons in Tirupati. Out of biomining of 1.56 lakh tons, 10,000 tons of plastic waste was sent to Dalmia Cement for co-processing, and 2.8 lakh tons in Vijayawada municipality. Even out of this 2.8 also, 10 to 20,000 tons of plastic waste was sent to the cement plants for co-incineration. And 3 lakh tons in Visakhapatnam Municipal Corporation and 10,000 tons in Tanugu municipality have been biomined and successfully recycled and sent for co-processing and recycled on the recyclers. And one more thing, as far as wastewater concerned also, we have 44 STPs in the state in 13 ULBs out of with a capacity of 516.65 MLD. Out of 516.65 MLD, 327 MLD are being recycled or you could say you are using for industries, irrigation purpose, plantation purpose, and other uses also. And one of this one is major one is the to start with Kalahasti pipes. They are using 2 MLD of water of Tirupati sewage, and they are treating it and using for the industrial purposes, cooling and cooling makeup and other purposes also, wherever it is possible. And with respect to construction and demolition waste also, we have 3 processing facilities with this total capacity of 480 tons per day of C&D waste. Because the subject is related to the plastic waste management. So some figures related to the Andhra Pradesh will also be given to this one. In this one, we have around about 39,000 to 600 tons per annum of plastic waste is being generated. Out of 38 28,000 tons are being recycled with 26 recyclers located in the state. Out of 26 ton recyclers, one is Mr. Ramki with the biggest capacity in the state, and another one is Gravita, that is also a second one. The Ramki is having around 7,500 tons per annum, and Gravita is having 6,200 tons per annum. So we have the facility infrastructure in place. The only thing is the how to make them useful by transporting them all the waste to the recyclers. One more thing is we have 108 number of producers in the state, and 24 brand owners are existing as at today in the state. We are pursuing all the producers and brand owners to tie up with either PROs or PWA or recyclers for the better supply chain and better recycling facility to support the circular economy. The state has issued recently one GO number 349 from MAUD department for banning of 75 micron carry bags, 60 GSM non-woven sack bags. And recently we have constituted a committee, state level advisory committee, by GO number 69 dated 16/2/2017. And a separate task force has been formed in the state for the implementation of phasing out single-use plastic and plastic waste management. And under this special task force, we have we have formulated comprehensive action plan for phasing out single-use plastic, and it has been approved. It is in the notification stage. Major breakthrough in notification is levy of penalties on manufacturer or producer or brand owner, whatever it may be, and even individual, and even for panchayats for open burning in the system also. So this, once it is notification is approved and implementation, then you can make it a better plastic waste management in the state of Andhra Pradesh. We have 29 ULBs so far tied up with cement plants for transportation of recyclable or unrecyclable plastic waste for incineration of in the cement plants. And have the figures also. For the last year, Ultratech cements have co-processed around about 8,200 tons and proposed to process 40,000 tons in the next year. For them, these capacities are including for two plants. One is located in Tadipatri, another located in Jagaipeta. Juari cements have processed around 300 to 400 tons of plastic waste for the last 6 months. Dalmia cements, 18,600 tons of plastic waste has been tons for current year. These include RDF and legacy waste received from the waste management agencies. One more thing is, I appreciate the Kerala government for starting these road construction activities in the first stage. And we have also in the road construction business, and 19.1 kilometer of roads have been laid in 4 ULBs with the plastic waste of for 26.5 tons of plastic waste in the state of Andhra Pradesh. In Visakhapatnam, Vijayanagaram, Vijayawada, Kurnool, Tirupati, under extended producer responsibility, plastic waste collection system has been established and implemented. and all the municipal commissioners of headquarter ULBs to conduct stakeholder department meetings under the chairmanship of district collector to ensure setting up of collection center under EPR municipal corporation and EPR in municipal corporations and bigger ULBs. Sir, I raised 4 or 5 issues for implementation of plastic waste management in this one. See, in the plastic waste management, number 1 is the collection, number 2, segregation, collection, transportation, and recycling, and infrastructure for recycling, etc. Sir. And before that one, what is the supply chain of circular economy or recycling plant? If you take the supply chain, one is either ULB has to tie up with the recycler, or PRO or PW agency, or the generator, what we call producer or brand owner, should tie up with the recycler. That is not been in the rightly established. The link between the producer, brand owner, and recycler not been established right now in the country, and even in Andhra Pradesh also. The tiny industries are not able to prepare any action plan or EPR plan in collaboration with the ULBs. The producers are not entering MUs with recyclers or PROs, ULBs, and plastic waste being disposed to vendors. That is very astonishing. The brand owners who are having a market share of more than 2 states, having tie-up with the pan-India PROs, and when it is tying up there one, the plastic waste is not reaching the local recycling at all. And the cement plants located in the Andhra Pradesh state or elsewhere in the country are co-processing the equivalent plastic waste in the kiln and not tracking their own plastic waste and its disposal also. And we have seen several times it is the cement bags are deposited on the roadside and the side, and they are not bothered about it all. Why? Because the government has allowed the equivalent amount of plastic waste that has been the co-incinerated is taken into the consideration, and their target is been reached. Once it is target reached means they are not bothering about their waste also. And similar type with this one is there's several brand owners, that is fertilizer manufacturing industries, and they are also using right about this one single super phosphate industry, and they use around about 880 kgs, means around 1000 kgs per day of plastic waste, and they distribute it in the market. They don't bother about the waste, and they don't bother about the take out that waste also. So, see, once the producer take the responsibility and implement the plastic waste management, then only it will be achieved. That is the reason. Thank you, one and all, sir. If any questions are there, I can answer it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Krishnamurthy. It was really nice to note that all the actions that have been undertaken under whether it's SOP, whether it's utilization of plastics at various venues, and it's important to note that plastic industry is in fact is playing utilizing the plastic waste in the state of Andhra. So thank you so much. I will you with a few questions. Let me now invite Mr. Matthew Jose, founder and CEO Paperman. Mr. Jose, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you, Mr. Kamal, and thank you all the panelists. It's a pleasure to hear you all and the perspectives of waste management and the infrastructure across the country. Thanks for sharing this. So in my opinion, I think we have covered pretty much very well about this thing. I don't want to repeat anything that's already been said. I think beautifully we have covered, all the panelists have shared beautifully what has been missing. One quick thing I might want to just highlight in over here is the contribution of the informal sector into the whole plastic waste, in sync today, because I don't think we have touched much about that. But as an infrastructure, how the informal sector has over the years also played a key role in creating a value system for higher value plastics, right? So it's an which sometimes the developed countries don't have because of the higher value of manpower and everything. But in India, we have this system. So that I just want to highlight on that. I'll just quickly share a slide, which is little to do with that. Yeah, just 1 minute.
Yes. Matthew sir, please go on.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
No, we can't see.
Okay.
The share screen option is there below.
Yeah. Is it better now?
Now we can see. Please make it a full screen.
Yeah. Yeah. Is the screen full screen now?
Yeah. Please go on, sir.
So this is the basic channel. I think we covered a lot about this stream of waste management in India today. I think a lot we spoke about the door-to-door collection, common collection points, resource recovery, MRF, energy recovery, everything. We spoke a lot in detail around this. I thought we just highlight a little through about this as well. The channel of the entire India's informal recycling ecosystem. About roughly, I think there's various views about it, but let's say roughly about 2 million plus people work in the sector across the country, right? Who pick in the waste plastics from door to door from different places by paying a price. Then you have a kabadiwala level shops which are there across. We're talking about 50 square feet to 100 square feet shops across the country. And every other possible street in this country, you might find one kabadiwala shop. And then there are aggregatory, private, larger NGOs running different kinds of setups of MRF, which are again handling anywhere between 50 to 300 tons of plastic waste per stick, and then supplying to the recycling industry for recycling. This ecosystem is also a very, very, very strong infrastructure ecosystem that is there in the country, which has been there for a long time and still actually growing in multiple ways. Yes, there are so many challenges with this ecosystem with child labor issues and ecosystem like that, which are getting better with a lot more scrutiny that's coming in and and process that way. Paperman has played a key role in both these segments. We as an organization, we have worked closely with about 85 plus ULBs in the state of Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. These are the two states that we are the strongest in. And we also work large with about across 1,000 plus the informal sector workers directly, where we evaluate their process, and then we have our own material recovery facilities through which we collect material from them and then move to the recycling ecosystem. So in the last, I think Kamal had asked me in the beginning of this talk, in the last 5 years, definitely EPR and activities around EPR has really propelled a lot more collection work, especially for the materials that are not recyclable in particular. There is a lot more understanding between ULBs that we work with about the importance of managing the material, which is a very, very good sign, because there's a lot more conversations about this happening. And ULBs are also strengthening their infrastructure, and the associations with PROs, ULBs, and brands are also improving the flow of information much better. They're able to make better decisions. So these are all very good signs that we are seeing as an industry player in the sector. Yeah, I think that's mainly what I want to talk today, and that's for me. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, thank you, Matthew, for being very clear about the message that you want to give to the audience. Yes, over the years, EPR has been successfully pushing the agenda of plastic waste utilization for for co-processing, and it's been recognized by various stakeholders. You also elaborated the need of, when we say recycling infrastructure. So infrastructure is not about machinery; it's about capital as well. And we have informal sector who have been putting a lot across India, not the southern region, but across India. They have been ground. We have seen Kerala taking the lead in, collating, giving them training and self-help groups kind of initiative. And we need more those kind of initiative under Swachh Bharat, which would scaling the efforts. So over to now. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you.
I'll come back to you. There would be a Q&A session as well.
Yeah.
Now I would request Ashish, Mr. Ashish Jain, Director, Indian Pollution Control Association. Ashish, you have a good experience of, over the years you have seen this landscape. You are one of the WMAs, waste management agencies, working with various brands. You are also focal point for various authority on approaching the EPR. So how that your experience, because I see your experience is mostly coming from Northern India. Now you see Southern India taking various initiatives. What are the things that from a perspective would help, taking certain learnings coming region, and also what are the things that, at what in the over to you, Ashish.
Yeah. So thank you, Kamal, and all the panelists. Very warm good morning to all of you. So as most of the things have already been told by my previous speakers, so I left with very few things to speak. The Kerala presentation is the ideal presentation to deal with the plastic waste management or solid waste management in India. It covers the entire supply chain of waste management, from waste generator to the end of life solution of various kind of waste. So I see waste management is a more social issue rather a technical issue. It involves various components from collection, segregation, transportation, then recycling, and finally disposal. And each component have different means people who look after each component of this waste management, and various stakeholders have their expertise to deal with each to the specific component. So IPCA, since we believe this is a social issue, and IPCA working with the community very closely, and since waste is being generated by the people, so we need to educate them and motivate them, bring the behavioral change among the society toward the waste management responsibility. And to manage this we are doing a lot of community engagement program, and one of the most successful community engagement program is Might NKG Plastics. Since we are working in this sector for last 20 years, and we are asking people to do segregation, to do source segregation, and many times we are receiving excuses that we do segregation but waste collector do the mixing. So means our efforts of doing segregation at home or our office will go waste once the waste collector put all these two bags in one bag or one rickshaw. So to answer all these questions, and sometimes the people are also asking that, okay, we are doing segregation, but we don't know how to dispose this segregated waste, and who are the right agencies or people who take away this segregated waste. To answer these questions, we conceived the project Might NKG projects, and we are also collaborate with Bisleri and helping them in their logistic for Bottle for Change program, where people are segregating plastic waste at source, and we are providing door-to-door plastic waste collection services. So if there is a least do's and don'ts to these stakeholders, we can have maximum successful in implementing our strategy or projects or bringing behavioral change in the community. So through these Might NKG projects and Bottle for Change program, we we ask people to do segregation at their source and segregate whatever plastic you consider as a plastics. It can be wrapper, it can be bottle, it can be container, your toffee wrappers. And I'm very happy to see the success of this Might NGG projects over the time. More than 50,000 people are participating in this campaign, and I would be happy to replicate this campaign across the country, because this is the program where the waste generator is connecting directly. So I agree with my previous speaker also. The infrastructure is also required to segregate, to recycle or co-process the collected waste. But before having the infrastructure, right technology or infrastructure, we need to educate or bring the behavioral change among the community, because all these technology, all these facility plants need raw material as a waste, and this raw material will come from the waste generator. We also set up the recycling facility recently. We are the very young recycling industries, and we are having a very good experience in running recycling facility in North India, where we are creating demands for MLP. So working with community, we also understand the behavior of people who are into waste management sectors. So we are also working with the waste worker community. More than 20,000 waste workers are associated with IPCA across the country, and we understand their need, we understand their behavior, and they are working in the waste management sector because of money. So the only thing they recover from waste management sector is the value or is the money. If you give any incentive to waste sector, they will collect and segregate anything for you. And this was a very true example when we started MLP EPR project in 2017. So before that project, WeCare was the organization who initiated first EPR project with us. And before that, there was no collection, segregation of MLP. People are collecting MLP, but they are getting rid of it by burning it or disposing it to the place at their convenience. But through EPR, when they start receiving incentive from the brand owners, they start collecting it. Now there is a huge supply, or there is huge stock of MLP available across the country. If you ask to collect 1,000 metric tons, you will get 1,000 metric tons in 1 or 2 days time. If you have 10,000 metric tons, so there is a huge demand and there is a huge availability of such kind of material. So through our recycling plant, we are also trying to make the supply chain more sustainable, because now the MLP collection is being done by the EPR only. So suppose there is a change in policy and brand owner gets some relaxation in EPR, so all these existing model will collapse. So we don't want to happen this. So that's why recycling of MLP, recycling of low grade plastic is very much essential, so that we can create direct demand for such kind of waste, and the incentive will reach directly from the recycler or co-processor to the waste generator, and EPR will be used as a supportive tool. EPR should not be considered as a mandatory tool. So if there is some change in the policy, the supply chain of MLP or low grade plastic should not get hampered. It should be continue, and that's the sustainable view of toward the supply chain from our sides. We are making to make our recycling process more sustainable. We are also making some products, and we want to close the loop from waste collection to the disposal. And the last thing I would like to say from this platform, waste management in India is not considered as a very reputed sector, and it is considered as a low ethics. People who are working in this sector having low ethical values, and means so. This is my social and moral responsibility, since I'm working in this sector for last 2 decades, more than 2 decades, and I realized that I should work to raise the ethical value and bring more professional into the sector. So we are also putting our step into academic, and we are offering certificate course to the youngster to become entrepreneur in this field with more knowledge and skills, and more knowledge on rules, regulations, more knowledge on technologies, more knowledge on how to set up the system and become entrepreneur in this field. So, and we are also publishing books, articles on this subject. We really want to people take this project as as a career opportunity, because India generate huge amount of waste, and India needs thousands of people, thousands of professionals to deal this problem. So this problem cannot be handled by few organizations or few institutes. So that's it from my side.
Thank you, Ashish. You very well did the need for that we need to look at all these into a more comprehensive manner. The role of connecting having some initiatives which would connect the plastic waste generators with the waste recycling facilities through these initiatives that our organization is taking. Also, you reflected on the need for business continuity of MLP and its recycling. The MLP, which is being used by various organizations, offer various benefits for food safety, but also over the last 4 or 5 years, it has also the waste generated MLP has positioned itself for as a revenue model for the people who are engaged in collecting the MLP and analyzing it for co-processing or for waste to energy. So we also, in various forums, we also see chemical recycling is upcoming. However, there is a counterpoint that it is a very, dirty kind of a business. It is not. Chemical recycling is a very fancy one to oil, and oil is a low, and a lot of energy goes into in refining. So we need to look at of the overall environment of any operation or that we look at. So yes, we need to be mindful of all the technological side, but also on the social aspects, that how the society is reacting to it, whether the society is engaging with the early inaugural survey. Citizens are basically segregate every category of waste into, and that's where I think that's the base of that's the foundation of their business models, the waste management system. Because if that is absent, then no matter what technology depends on, it would not work. So our panel again and again that segregation of waste at source is key, ensuring the next level of recycling that we expect in India. Now with this, now we have a very strong Mr. Paras Gupta. Mr. Gupta, you have seen that a lot of now has been said in the session, and that's toughest part of being in being the concluding part of the session. That now I before going to the Q&A, because that we would also have 4 or 5 minutes of Q&A. So I would request you to kindly reflect on the overall technological side. I mean, you are a big player. How do you see technology is playing? Have you seen technology growing the way at the pace that our needs of utilizing of plastic waste are increasing? We are now looking at how plastic can be recycled, how plastic can be even chemically recycled, how we can co-process it. Cement industry, apart from cement industry, have you seen technological advances on the recycling front? Over to you, sir. Please unmute and yeah.
Thank you, Akram, and thank you, the things and other panelists. Well, good morning, good afternoon to all. All things have been said and discussed, but there are two parts when we talk about the infrastructure in the recycling. When we talk about the infrastructure in the recycling, of course, the things are there in the market. Everything has been collected with the informal sector. But the incoming of, when we started with the incoming of the professionals like all of us, and then the technology wise, we are not capturing that data from where this, plastic is coming in. and by capturing from the source, we are diverting it to the proper recycling stream. We are trying our best as a GEM also and other, WMAs, PRO, we are trying our best to segregate to make the quality that the recycling industry needs, and then give them the regular supply. Because what are the things the recycling industry infrastructure faces? They bring any technology, they bring anything, but the thing is they need a sustained supply chains to them, a value product which they can recycle, a value product they can get more yield of that thing. So now we are working more professionally, we are working more technology savvy. This is the quality you need, this is there available pan India, with the ULBs, with the MRS, with the PROs, with the other people. So at least recycler can choose what the quality they need and where they need, and it can be procured. So in other sense, when we talk about the basic problems, now the technology is taking the shape. We have the many platforms where you can showcase, you can bid for the right kind of the plastic you need, the industry needs. Though, so we need a very regular supply chain. We need a many regular things. Even with the MLP, when we talk to the cement industry, they are ready to do the things, but they never get the And when we are talking about the huge quantities and regular quantities. It cannot be in the phases, because that's why we sometimes depend on the imports also. Despite of the fact that we have so much of the waste itself generated in India, for the quality and for getting the particular kind of thing, a particular kind of waste plastic we are importing, and we are called the dumping. But now as the things are developing, many stakeholders from the government side, from the private sides coming in, we are making major developments with the policies being introduced. We are typing all the things, and then we are interconnecting all the dots which were spread out, which were not getting to how to source the material. So technology is going to play a very big role, a large role in this coordinating all this industry at any section for any plastic, and for capturing where the things are lacking behind, where the things are taking more robust in a way, what the systems are used, what the all the things are being used, what is the best recycling things, where data are being created, what is the best you can come out with, and then the end product, then the end use of that things. So we are very, I say, like Ashish pointed out to us, as a professional now, this industry is very well recognized. We are very proud that we are working in this industry as a professional, and then we are bringing all the things which were not there previously in this industry. Now, when we ever speak on the platforms, we are very proud to speak about. We are doing this. We interact with all sorts of people. Even I say at the bottom line, when we are trying to capture the rec picker, how it moves, how they moves in the locality, how he goes to what kind of material he is collecting, to the aggregator, then to the things. So we are moving in a very right direction. And when we are talking on the platform, from the government sides, so all are this technology is only the thing, like we are connecting and speaking. So on this subject, so technology wise, it would be a great scenario, and it would be great helpful for coordinating and changing this industry, and to bring all type of change. So I will not take much of the time, because already all things have been said. So thank you, Kamal, and thank you, Akram, once again for making us the panelist.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. You very well elaborated the technology landscape, and we all need to appreciate the fact that the way all the management systems, all the waste collection system have been improved, whether it's the emphasis under Swachh Bharat or contribution by industry under EPR. India is much better the way we were about 5 years back. So now we have a very interesting speaker now, Mr. Akshay Rath. He is a co-founder and CEO of EcoX. Mr. Rath, your organization is providing a digital platform. Now, the IT is playing its role. Mr. Rath, I would like to request you to reflect on what role IT infrastructure can play here, because ultimately, when we want to understand any aspect of waste management, we need data, and data is generated from either through manual operations or through IT, deploying the IT platform. So, what is your take in terms of the IT systems helping the plastic waste management in the country? Over to you.
Great. Good afternoon to everybody, and thanks Akramji and Kamalji for giving me this opportunity. Very aptly you said, no, IT has got a bigger play, obviously. But EcoX has been one of the digital marketplace in India, coming with the background of the promoter with more than a decade experience in recycling PET, and two of its units in Rajasthan with 50,000 tons capacity, another 30,000 capacity added very recently in Abu Dhabi. So we are really in touch with ground realities and what's happening. And we have done a lot of brainstorming, and we found out with the 5 challenge areas where the recycling infrastructure is facing today. The good thing is government is also admitted the plastic waste management concerns are not much in recycling industry, either it is for non-recyclable products. But as because I am running a marketplace, I will be more interested to help the industry how do they monetize and realize better value for their products or at each activity level. That is where the IT needs to play a role. First and foremost is we all know the informal sector together, there are more than 10,000 recyclers in India. But not so good thing is, I did a lot of research, my research for all the pollution control boards across India, tried to find out what are the recyclers registered in the portals. And you will be astonished, there's hardly 550 recyclers, and probably 12 or 13 pollution control boards where the mention of the list is available. And the rest of the pollution control boards don't have this list. Come to CPCB. CPCB said in the new law that the entire ecosystem will operate only with members who are having PWM under Section 33 registration, or else he is not part of the entire value chain. And what are the numbers? 44. So the first and foremost challenge is to have a drive and ease the process of getting registered under PWM. At EcoX, we are proud to say almost 12 large recyclers who were not having PWM last year. We could complete in this financial year. And they are all part of the EPR system. And many of the recyclers were not in part of EPR system earlier. And today they are making money. So the first and foremost contribution what we put back is basically to help them to get into EPR framework and monetize the opportunity from EPR fund. Second is most of the pollution control board, if you go up, barring few, the application as such is not available. Forget about the process. So I think there should be a drive either from CPCP or some activity enforced by the pollution control boards and states, wherein the process should be eased out, and all these recyclers, whatever the size they should be able to get their PWM certificates. Typical example is Gujarat. I'm not blaming anyone, but to get a CTO in Gujarat is the toughest task. It may not be, it's not that in other states. So unless we ease the process of giving them CTO and PWM Section 13(3) registration, how will they be part of the EPR framework? So that is a challenge. Now the second thing is, as per the new amendment 2022, it says there could be a seamless transaction where PIBOs can buy recycling certificate from PWPers, whether it's a recycler or no, waste to energy or waste to oil or road construction companies. But how do you audit it? Do you expect the recyclers manually to store the related or relevant documents and make it available for audit in future? That is where the digital mechanism will definitely help. A platform like EcoX, If the transactions are done on a digital platform, this can be stored for audit, and it is open to be audited by third-party agencies. And I think there is a mention in the new law where it says that CPCB or maybe its appointed third-party auditors will audit if there is difference of quantities in the annual returns filed by PIBs and filed by recyclers. That is where where we feel digitization will definitely work out. Third is, I think it's not more of an infrastructure part, but can we do something wherein we reduce the number of layers from Kabadibala to Baler? And the Baler is now riding those. He is the guy who is making money. But if you look at, there are at least, depending on the city, we're talking about the 5 to 10 layers. So can we empower few of the immediately down the Baler community and help them, empower them so that they will be directly selling their collections to recycler community? And that will be an area where I think it's a big challenge, and that will drive down the price. And today, whatever price variation we are looking at PET bottles, it changes every week, for that matter, every 2 days or 3 days, and that kind of volatility can be done away with. Fourth is the challenge what the industry is facing, maybe recycler, maybe the collector, or the waste collector, or the traders. There are no standard payment terms, and there are a lot of issue where the payment terms are not taken care of, or rather in few cases the people are not even getting money. So the solution is, if I can have a marketplace where there could be airtight contracts in place, and that will definitely boost the confidence and bring in the transparency in transactions with escrow accounts inbuilt. So the money, depending on the contract terms or percentage of it, can be transferred automatically to respective bank accounts, wherein digitization will definitely be a great help. Last but not least, the most important, as I said, we operate a marketplace. We are not on ground. No. So that way we are looking at, if I really want to empower, the last mile is helping recyclers to sell their products in domestic and international markets. Because of our background, having successfully transacted PET bottle recycling and fibers and granules for more than a decade, we feel we are well placed, and by June end, our marketplace for the finished goods sales by the recyclers for both domestic and international will go live, including mobile app. And I believe that will really help the entire community to do spot auctions. As you know, e-auction is one of the acceptable process, and the government of India, most of the enterprises, been using that tool for buying and selling for disposal. So that I can see that is happening in waste management domain, wherein a spot e-auction market will definitely help, and the participants can leverage to realize better price for their sales or for their purchases. So I think that is what I thought the 5-point agenda I feel is basically challenges what recycling industry is facing today. Not going into the other details non-recyclable challenges. With this, I conclude. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rath. I would request all the panel members to kindly switch on their camera so that we can click a picture of the panel. Akram, are you there? Can you please?
Yeah, I am here.
Akram?
Wonderful. Yeah, I am here. I will request Asif, can you take a picture of this?
Anuragji, you are in the next session.
Yeah, we wanted this session only. That's okay. Kamal, thank you. We can move ahead.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Akram.
I'd like to thank all the panelists for joining. There was some Q&A and panelists have responded to. So the key takeaway from this session is that there needs to be a role of every stakeholder. We have to bring in our all our energy and all our capabilities to undertake this humongous task of making our country clean. Sure that the existing models that are there on ground, they are not impacted by new policies, and we find innovative ways to link with them with the existing policy. So thank you so much for joining in. I would request panelists from our next session to kindly switch on their camera, and then we would move to the next session. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kamal, for excellently chairing the session we just had. Now I'm really honored and very happy to welcome. There'll be 2-3 our Pollution Control Board members joining soon, as there is a CPCB meeting going on. So they will join by 12:30, which is almost there. So this is a session where we'll discuss about the waste technology infrastructure and global best practices, what we can learn. Again, we have a combination of our state PCBs as well as one international speaker to share the European angle. Then we have a cement company, and we have also Pashupati Group, which acrylics, which is producing clothes or textile from the plastic, recycling plastics. Then Sanjay ji is also there as one of the leading recyclers of South Gravita, and our partners, Anurag ji and Rakesh Mishra sir. So this is the combination of this session. Kamal will do the honor of chairing it. So we already have a couple of speakers. We are waiting for some. So I want to welcome Pula Reddy sir, Regional Head, Alternative Fuel Resources, South India, Ultratech Cement. Nitin sir, I request you to kindly accept my invitation, not to decline, but to accept. So please accept to be promoted as a panelist. So Nitin sir is also here. So Nitin sir, waiting for you. And we have Sanjay ji. Sanjay ji is SBU head from Gravita, one of the leading recyclers, as I said. Then Anurag sir is here, the most dynamic and co-founder of Ricard. Rakesh sir, also please come with camera. Rakesh sir is doing wonderful work based in Madhya Pradesh, in the middle heart of India. Rakesh sir, can you come in camera? So yeah, so this is the combination of the session. Okay. So Pula sir seems to be outside in his farm.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, thank you, Akram. It's a pleasure to address all of you, but unfortunately I had to be in the farm today in the morning, so there's an emergency here. So I thought I would connect it from here. And in case if I had any technical glitches, I would switch off my video based on, the technology part. So,
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
So far it is going great. I think from your farm, if the internet connectivity is this nice, it's really wonderful. So Sanjay sir, welcome. Nitin sir, after long we have Nitin sir today to share his views. And Anurag sir is as always a rock star. So when Kamal is back, we can start the session. Maybe Kamal is taking a little break after a huge hectic session. So yeah, and our Pollution Control Board people will be joining.
Thank you. Okay. So warm welcome to all the fellow panelists, and it's my pleasure to host this panel. And this is the second regional conference, the WeCare Policy Dialogue Series, focusing on the southern region, and the theme for the southern region is building India's recycling infrastructure. Me and Akram were discussing when we were planning the session for the regions, And we find that southern region is way ahead than other parts of the country in terms of implementing segregation of waste at roads. So therefore, we thought, let's give this thematic to southern region. They need to now how to enhance the infrastructure in the country. We see the regulations now asking higher targets for recycling. Are seeing various fighters also coming to India to scale these.
Yeah. So Kamal's internet seems a little weak. And okay, I also formally want to welcome Dr. N. Ramesh sir. Ramesh sir, if you are here, request you to kindly come with camera. Kamal is getting connected and disconnected. That is why I was surprised to see the internet connection of Pula Reddy sir. It was so nice from the farmhouse. So yeah, what Kamal was trying to address, which we were discussing actually before planning it, technology, R&D, scalability of our recyclers. Sorry, my camera is off. Technology, R&D, scalability of our recyclers, and innovation are the backbone of building world-class recycling infrastructure. Whether it is China, whether it is America, Europe, Japan, they have been quite successful in building a world-class recycling infrastructure, largely due to they put huge amount of money in building that infrastructure, in R&D, which is remarkable. And there were multi-stakeholder involvement in the entire process. That was the reason why they have been so far highly successful. In India, EPR has become a big buzzword. Kamal, welcome. EPR has become a big buzzword, but it is not the end of the entire system of building a world-class infrastructure. What else do we need? We want to discuss in this section. Kamal, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Akram. And in the last session, I was discussing the role of technology, but sometimes, technology also ditches human beings. Just few seconds ago, I experienced it. My Wi-Fi gone off and I had to connect it back again. So coming back to human thing, so my request to Mr. Nitin Agarwal, Chief Strategy Officer, Pashupati Group. Mr. Agarwal, your group is basically one of the strong, technology and service providers for plastic waste management in southern region. We would like to hear from you that over 5 years, how you have looked at the overall mechanics of plastic recycling. If you can share a glimpse of in terms of what India was recycling 5 years ago and the quantity and the quality, and now what is being what we are doing today. And because you have seen this landscape changing over the last 5 years. Over to you, Mr. Agarwal.
Thank you, Mr. Kamal. And I would like to congratulate first to WeCare and the Policy Times for organizing this session and to get the opportunity to the stakeholders to share their views. Can you allow me to share my screen, please?
You can share your screen.
Yes.
Just a minute.
Nitin sir, are you sharing the screen?
Yeah.
Below you find a share screen option.
Just a minute. Are you able to see this now?
Yeah. Sir, we can't see your screen. Can you please again do it?
Just a minute.
There is a share screen form. Now we can see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the journey of Pashupati Group.
we are doing into the textiles since last 4 decades. So the formal manufacturing was started in 2007 with the starting of woven fabric unit at Pashupati Limited in Kashipur. Today we have 8 units, 4 are at Kashipur, Uttarakhand, and 4 are spread across India in Bhilwara, Bhiwadi, Jaipur, and Hyderabad. So today Pashupati is recycling about 250 tons of PET bottles, those consumer PET bottles per day. And we are producing a number of recycled products which are available for different brands and to the market. So in terms of PCR PET waste, we entered into 2009 with the Pashupati Polytex, where we have a capacity of about 100 tons of bottle recycling today to convert it into flakes, and about 140 tons of fiber is manufactured here. Earlier, we used to manufacture the normal dope-dyed fiber, but since last year, we have been diversified into specialty fiber as well, and we are offering different specific fibers to the industry, like concrete fiber, antibacterial, retardant, hydrophilic, and acrophil, etc., which are used in specific applications. So I believe in India, we are the only one who are offering such specific qualities of RPSF from the recycled background, from the recycled input. Then we are also offering master batches in PET and PP based polymer from virgin as well as recycled. Then also recycled polyester yarn at SRM spinners. And then we are also recycling post-industrial waste in addition to the post-consumer waste by partial chemical recycling of glycolysis technique, wherein we collect the post-industrial waste from the different plants of India, which is generally goes to landfilling and incineration. And then we recycle it to make polyester PET granules out of it, which can then again be brought to the mainstream to be used in fiber application or yarn application or monofilament and master batch applications. Then we started Kundana last year in Hyderabad, which is Asia's single longest PET washing capacity of 6.5 tons per hour. We have 5-stage sorters from Tomra here. So we are recycling PET PCR from southern region here and making about very good quality of flakes, which is being exported majorly of about 20 to 30 ppm in output. Then we have started Salasar Technotex recently, about 3 months back at Jaipur, where we are manufacturing PP and SDP woven fabric for packaging. And then Saurabh Cleantech at Bhiwadi, where we are recycling PP and SDP based waste, which is being collected from different fire plants and other units to make granules out of it. Just to give an idea, the bottle that is being collected by rack pickers and then it moves to the kabadiwalas and aggregators, come to the recyclers in the form of PET bale. But unfortunately, there is a lot of mixing in the waste, which is a challenge for recyclers today. This is a very critical point here. In India, the segregation at source is very low, and the waste that is being collected by rack pickers and being sent to the kabadiwalas and aggregators, which ultimately goes to the recycler, they receive it in a mixed form. If you are getting the PET bales, then about 10 to 15% is non-PET there. So you can see here that the PET bale has PET bottles as well as non-PET also, which is in the form of bottles, caps, handles, and other things, rigid articles of PP, SDP, LDP, PVC, and all that is there. So this is a challenge for a recycler. All the recyclers do not have the capability to handle all these kind of waste, and they generally sell it because they have the facility for recycling only PET. So this non-PET waste, which is ultimately going to them with the PET waste, is a challenge for them to handle. The PET bottle, they are being recycled mechanically through the wash lines and converted into the PET flakes, which has a good market. We all know it is being used for a number of applications in India and can be exported as well. Now the challenge again here is the waste that is being generated during this mechanical recycling in the form of trommel waste, wrapper waste, floating waste, PET fines, and all that. This is again being sold by many of the recyclers to the non-unorganized sector, which is again a challenge. So what we have done is that to be our commitment to the waste neutral group by 2024, we have taken up this challenge and we are recycling all these waste again. So the waste segregated from this PET waste is again being recycled at our facilities. So whether it is non-PET waste in the form of rigid form or it is the trommel wrapper or a floating waste, all these waste are being segregated and washed, grinded and recycled at our facilities in Kashipur itself, like this. So this non-PET waste is being segregated polymer-wise. Now there is a scope of different technology suppliers to get it segregated because manually it is very difficult to handle a good quantity which is significant to be handled. Like we have about 10 ton to 15 tons of such kind of non-PET waste on a daily basis at our facility itself. So if you collectively see that how many recyclers are there, so it is a very huge quantity which need to be separate. So there is a technology intervention which is required here. Now after sorting, this can be grinded and washed, and then different kind of regrinds are available there in terms of PP, SGP, LDP, and PVC and all that. And then we can granularize it in different forms, in different colors, and based on the molding, injection molding, and blowing applications, and based on the MFI, etc. So all these, which you can see on the right side, the different kind of granules are available now from that waste, which was otherwise could be sent to the landfilling or to be sent to the unorganized sector. And then we have upcycled it to offer these kind of granules from the 100% post-consumer waste.
Mr. Agarwal, can you please be brief and respond to the question that I posed to you, that over the last 5 years, how you have seen this overall ecosystem being developed, and what are the things that you want, to be acted upon, which would help the recycling 2.0. So that is the key question that I asked to you.
See, since the last 5 years, one challenge that we have faced is about the quality of PET bottles that is being received to us. In a bottle, there are some parts in the form of neck and bottom which are of high IV. So that is being removed from that PET bales. That is one challenge that we are facing. And second is that the mixing of non-PET waste has been increased. So all these are the two major challenges that as a recycler we are facing in the last few years. Now, to solve these problems, we have been working on this regularly, and a lot of R&D is going on at our facilities to how to segregate this waste and how to get the value-added products out of this waste. So, which I explained to you. Now, if you're coming to the next few years, then important is that how we can ensure in India that the waste that is being sent to the recycler is of the same polymer that we are talking about. Like if you are purchasing the PET waste, so we are getting 95+% of PET waste only, not other waste. So that will solve a problem, and a lot of capital and other things will be saved from the recycler point of view, because that is the core business of the recycler, is recycling that waste. And these non-PET waste causes problem to the recycler. Then second is about the intervention of mechanical recycling. A lot of technologies need to be here in terms of how can we recycle different kind of waste. Like you can see there is rigid waste, there is a yarn waste, there is a packaging waste also. So these are the challenges. Like in India right now, if you see, there are a lot of polymers which are being used in the labels. PP is there, BOPP is there, PVC is there, PET is there. So when we remove these labels from the washing lines, so this is in a mixed form. So treatment of this kind of flexible waste, which have all the polymers, is a difficult one right now. So if you can segregate by saying floating also, then PVC and PET is again there. So this is a challenge. So if we can devise a system where we can ensure that all the brand owners are using the flexible waste of the same polymer, like we decide on PP or BOPP. So then it will be easy to recycle this kind of waste. Similar thing is in the form of caps also. If you see the caps, then many of the brands are using PP caps and many of them are using SGP caps. So this is again being used, and it is in a mixed form when it is coming to us from the mechanical recycling of PET bottles. So again, the segregation of this PP and SGP is a challenge. They are very near density. So ultimately, it causes problems to the recycler. So a lot of technologies are coming up, and a lot of sorters are also coming up, and a lot of R&D is being going on this. So a lot of intervention from technology side and support from technology side is required in the coming years to segregate these waste and then get good granules to upcycle this to be used in the value addition and then bring it to the mainstream again. Hope I have answered your question, Karim.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for elaborating these points. And now we have Dr. N. Ramesh, Senior Environmental Engineer, Puducherry State Pollution Control Board, has joined in. Dr. Ramesh, welcome to you. Mr. Bernard Merck, co-founder and president, Waste Free Oceans, Europe, and director, Green Wave Plastics. Welcome, Bernard, for joining in this session today. Good morning. I would like to now invite Dr. N. Ramesh, Senior Environmental Engineer, Puducherry State Pollution Control Board. Mr. Ramesh, you have been, leading it from the front when it comes to, assessing the overall landscape of plastics in Puducherry. Puducherry is one of the union territories who had been at the forefront taking various initiatives. Last 3-4 years, we have been, observing a lot of initiatives in Puducherry. Can you please help all of us to understand the initiatives and what are the next things that Puducherry has in mind? Over to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Actually, Mr. Akram, for giving me this opportunity to have interaction with different stakeholders of wide expertise and experience in the field. Actually, the plastic, actually, when it was considered as a boon to the society, now the same boon became turned to be ban. That is curse. So whether is it the mistake of the product or the mistake of the society which they are misusing it. Actually, sir, as a pollution control enforcement authority, we have been exposing different type of industrial activity. Some industrial activity by inherently polluting nature. When it converts raw material into the product, it generates a lot of pollution, hazardous waste, heavy metals, all such sort of things. When the plastic is considered, when from its origin, at least you are well aware about that, it originated from petroleum, basically. During the process of any plastic article, during the manufacturing process, it doesn't cause any environmental impact. It doesn't generate any emission, any discharge, any water, or any noise. That is the reason CPCB in the classification profile classified the plastic unit in green category. While in usage, it doesn't make any harm to any either health or environment. It is hygienic. It protects getting the uncontaminated or sterilized, almost we can say that. When you go to the tea shop, you take a tea in the glass or in metal container, we are apprehension that whether it is washed properly, or whether we have any chances of contamination. So that is the reason many people are avoid taking the thing. Once the plastic cup introduced in the market, at least we are happy that we are getting some good healthy sources. The third thing that even you go for market, you buy in plastic product and all, we are safe. We do not have any apprehension of any health effect. So where is the issue? After there is no any issue in production of plastic article, there is no issue when it is being used. And where is the real challenge has come? It is when it is thrown out. That is when it sees the end of the life. If it is not properly collected, properly disposed, then the real problem have come. So who is the responsibility for that? Being a government sector, I can't say that the government is only the reason for that. It is all the responsibility of common man who use it. If had he properly collect the used waste and handed over to the municipality would be in the position to segregate the collected waste into different part. That is compostable waste in one sector. It can be used for the vermicompost or biocompost, windrows compost. The other plastic material along with the other paper and all, it could be used for the RDF. Actually, sir, we are very frequently quote the model of Japan. I had the opportunity to be there for 3 months as a integrated waste management course hosted by the Jacob. So wherein I was surprised that plastic is not banned in Japan. But there is no any environment hazard we had come across by the plastic in any it blocking drainage or it is openly burned and all. They are very, very, very perfectly collecting it and disposing through waste to energy project. That is the incineration. So what they are doing, they have the scheduled collection system. So weekly, honestly, the municipality goes, they collect the waste and they take it to the RDF plant. It is converted into the RDF, directly goes to the waste to energy. And when we've interacted here in the local bodies, their most frequent answer is we are lacking paucity of fund. So, my dear friend, the one point I would like to emphasize here, the Japan, the total revenue of the municipality, so only 20% of the revenue is being sent for waste management. In India, in average of all the municipality, we are spending 40% of the total revenue of the municipality for the waste management. Whereas in Japan, it spent only 20%. There, 100% of the plastic waste is collected, 100% of the plastic waste is transported, and 100% of the plastic waste is disposed scientifically. What is the stage in India? We are hardly collecting 70% of the plastic waste. In the 70%, it reaches landfill only 50%. And in the 50%, it goes without unutilized. So we are having the 70,000 plastic industries in India. Maharashtra and Gujarat is leading on that. Wherein our recycling industries is hardly 5,000. And we do generate 25,000 ton of plastic waste in India, in which almost 15,000 of plastic waste is collected. Remaining the 10,000 ton per day, the waste goes uncollected and reach the landfill and reach the water bodies, finally the sea. I do not want to explain what are the ill effect of usage of single-use plastic after once it reaches the environment stream. But my emphasis is when we have system for effective collection, then when we have provision for successful technology transfer that waste into either fuel oil or road making, or you can have the RDF, and finally we can use it as ultimately to the cement factory. We have in India 54 million metric ton of coal is required per annum for all the cement plant. When this plastic waste, 5% of the total fuel of the cement factory is from the plastic waste. We do not have any plastic waste in land. We could use completely all the plastic waste into the co-processing. But what are the challenges? We do not have the proper collecting system. That is the main issue. We are collecting, actually even the household, they by awareness, they segregate the two type of waste. One is a compostable waste and another one is a non-compostable waste. While our municipality workers collect in a different basket and dump in the same vehicle. That the same, it is mixed there in front of the household, in front of the sensitized public who divided the waste, who segregated the waste and hand over to the municipality. When the municipality person dump in front of their eye into the common vehicle and they take it, then where is the question of segregation in the household? I'm not pointing out to all the municipalities does this mistake, but most of the municipality it come across. And actually, sir, my appeal is banning a product is not the solution. Now the government of India is vision to ban the SUP by the end of 2022. And they have categorized some product SUP by July 2022, it should be phased out. Actually, the phasing out is easy, but what is the alternative? When without actually yesterday we had interaction meeting with the street vendor. So we were advising them, you have there is no other way, you have to phase out the single-use plastic of your carry bags and food packing material and all, because it causes a lot of harms to the environment. But their question is that what is the alternative? When we said that alternatives are compostable plastics, compostable cup, compostable packing material, they asked us what is the cost. We said that the compostable cup, that is which is used for taking the food, comes around 12 rupees. They are telling that their product which they are selling, for example, one idli in South India, idli is very famous. One idli is 5 rupees. When a person buys 5 idlis of 5 rupees each idli, that is totally 25 rupees, the cost of the idli. When he is not in the affordable position to buy a compostable cup of cost 10 rupees. So that is the main reason, sir. Actually, when this topic is mainly for waste technology infrastructure and global best practice, but as a enforcement authorities representative, I would like to highlight here, which is the lacking in India is the collection systems. When Japan, it is practiced very successfully. They have the scheduled collection. They don't collect every day's plastic waste from household. They collect only Wednesday, once in a week. There will not be any harm. It will not be degraded. It will not generate any odor. It will not attract any flies. So they, after 1 week, it can be very scientifically collected and could be used for wherever it want, RDF, or you want to do some road making, or you want to have the furnace oil. Because another thing is that we have the MSME sector. Generally, as a businessman, I'm not trying to find fault in the businessman. Their aim is to how to make more profit. When this plastic to furnace oil, it is successfully demonstrated in old Mahabalipuram Road to Chennai. They are generating almost 75% of the waste converted into the furnace oil. But we do not see any other industry coming forward to set up such a type of industry. And the second thing is, one professor from Tamil Nadu is awarded for Padma Bhushan for making the waste plastic as a substitute, 10% of substitute for the vitamins, and making the road. But I am very surprised, even though Indian Road Congress approved this technology, we are hardly come across such type of news. No state is taking initiative to make that plastic waste into the road making. And at least one thing globally, when compared to global perspective, the global perspective is only 9% of the plastic is recycled. But whereas in India, we should be proud of 40% of the plastic waste is being recycled. But this is a wealth. As I said, the plastics is different type of plastic articles is manufactured from petroleum. The petrol is a raw material. We have the good potential to convert into the good fuel or good other vitamins, whatever things. The thing is that even any research institute, we are not giving more top priority for this field. I am appealing this, taking this forum as a given opportunity to me. All the research institute, research scholar, kindly turn your concentration towards this waste to wealth from the plastic, so we can do definitely wonders here. Thank you, sir. If I have any question, I am very pleasure to answer it. And once again, I thank this organization for giving me an opportunity to interact with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. It's really nice to understand. You have. I can understand that you are a regulator, but you have also very clearly balanced your view in terms of that how we need to look at plastics as a material what are the benefits that it offers, and also how we need to look at the alternatives. We need to have a structural approach for phase out of plastics, which would need some assessment that what are the alternatives do we have. Is there any supply chain issues with the alternatives? What are the entrepreneurs which are there to provide the alternatives to industry? And if there are no alternatives, then we need to go in a phase wise manner and not just put up the any kind of ban or restrictions on any material. Thank you so much for this, and we would come back to you. Uh, uh, and now we have a global a person who is leading in a global initiative, what we call waste-free oceans. We have in the earlier session we have looked at some panelists emphasizing on the need of cleaning the oceans, and now we have a specific initiative which is addressing this ocean plastic waste. Bernard, over to you. Look forward.
Okay. Good day to all. Let me try to share my screen.
Thank you.
Is that working?
Yeah.
Can you see my screen? Yes. Good day to all from sunny Netherlands. I was asked to share some views on some trends in Europe on waste collection and recycling of it back into what we in Europe meanwhile call a circular economy, at least a strive for it. We are at the early stage of the first bench of a very linear economy, so it's a big strive. The picture in front of you, you see me sitting in front of beautiful post-consumer film bales, and I was sitting on a 3D printed bench made out of 100% recycled content. This was already a couple of years ago. So it's not a lack of technology. I think that's the first message. And as you've seen, I have a lot of free time, so I have a lot of heads on. Let me take you a little bit through it. Before starting to the next slide, we in Europe have looked the last 10, 20 years a lot to the packaging and packaging waste. And I think that is similar for countries like yourself in India, when I listen to the earlier speakers as well. Today, the second big group of activities where it's being looked at by the European Commission is building and construction waste. There are two reasons for it. One is it is a considerably huge market, is a lot of business to business activities. And most of all, and this is one of the drivers, building and construction in Europe is responsible for about 25% of CO2 emissions. And as you all know, there are some discussions around climate. I'm born and living in the Netherlands. I was born already below sea level, so melting icebergs have a special attention in my country. So let me take you a little bit through this. And recycling is part of a solution to that. Let me see what I can move to the next slide. So I've dig in preparation to a few slides on discussions to show you where we were at. When there was a discussion starting at the circular economy in Europe, everybody thought this is the holy grail. This is going to solve it all. But the way to circularity is not as easy as everybody thought. I found this beautiful picture of a roundabout in the UK, where you see 5 roundabouts on the roundabout. And this is symbolic for, let's say, all the discussions we had in the beginning. Everybody in every single association was talking in his own church and in his own surroundings. Whereas if you want to go to real success stories, you may have to leave your own safe ground to go beyond and out of box and go into the next step. The other one, if you look on the right side of this slide, you see the arrows. Like in India, the UK drive on the other side of the street as the rest of Europe. So if I, as a Dutchman, would come to the UK and I will do the circular economy drive on the roundabout, I would be in an accident within a second. So the discussion was symbolically of what do we mean by circular and how far do we go in circularity. Talking about the pollution which you started with, this was a message we got from the European Commission senior advisors a few years ago on a conference I organized in the Netherlands. And I think this is the perception of the politicians where we are at plastics. So it's cheap, it's easy, it's disposed of, nobody really takes care of it. If you put it on a landfill, it may leak into the oceans. If you think you can save everything by incineration, you are a bit naive, because that's not it as well. So we have to look, first of all, to design phase and what do we put in the market, and we also have to look at responsibility. And as you can see, maybe on the top, industry is not proactive enough. That was the main message from the politicians. So industry, if you do your job and you take this end-of-life issues more seriously, we don't have to come up with legislation. But if you don't do that, we will help you with legislation to speed up processes. And this is actually what happened a few years later. So this is just a grasp of some legislation which has come up since 2018, 2019. A plastic strategy. There's no metal strategy. There's no paper strategy. There is no glass strategy, but there is a plastic strategy. And it has to do with the way materials on. There is discussions on what's the role of a port, what's the role of a waste directive, what is the role of, let's say, retailers in EPR schemes, extended producer responsibility schemes. So all these topics have come up in the last few years and have led to European legislation. And then, of course, there are other topics. When you start about circularity, you have to think about differently about your product. You also, and from the earlier speakers, we heard that sorting and collection are the main topics. This is correct. If you collect something for incineration or landfill, it's easy because you don't have to think. If you think that you will get something back and use it again for a next life in a product, you have to think about material choices. You have to think about easy disassembly. You have to think about how to get it back. Do you do it with deposit systems? Do you do it with mandatory take-back schemes or whatever? So there's a lot of things which are happening. Then from the recycler side is also this was a slide a couple of years ago, poor sorting and poor collection. This was already recognized by the recyclers in the early stage. What we also saw is that the quality of the raw material going into the market has gone lower as well. So there is a lot of things going on. There's a lot of discussion going on between the recycling industry together with the converting industry on how to solve the issues. There's also a lot of discussions ongoing between them and the green dot systems who have been set up to collect and help to collect and sort the waste on sorting principles and quality of sorting. But still, there are a lot of challenges. Most important, in a lot of European networks, we saw that there was different definitions. So basically, what was also done by the European Commission is that in a lot of legislation now, we all have the same definition for what is recycling. And basically, recycling is bringing material back into a next life. In a lot of European statistics, incineration and even cement kiln was considered as recycling. This now is called energy recovery, and it's very clear. If you just collect something, it is collection, it's not recycling. So recycling in the European terminology has changed to be very precise. So you can only call something recycling when you turn a waste stream back into, let's say, the next generation of raw materials for a next product. What was also already recognized in the United States is that if you replace virgin plastic with recycled plastic, you can save considerable amounts of CO2 emissions. In the region, it depends a bit on the applications, but you could, a lot of studies, LCA studies have shown that you're in the region of 30 to 40% CO2 emission savings against any virgin, if you use it on a very high level of recyclate. There's another example I will show you a little bit later that it's even much higher. And when you talk, of course, about how to put values and how to solve and how to inspire markets and drivers to take up recyclate, this is a tool which is being discussed at the moment. If you look, again, if you look at from a perspective, I just have to take care of some waste. This is how you look at it. And then you get the statements, recycling is expensive and collection is expensive and everything is expensive. But if you look at it from a circularity point of view, what do you save? What is the price of, let's say, the impact on nature? And if you just turn it around, and this is just a slide out of one of many studies, this was a Denkstad study on some PVC waste. If you look at it from a completely different perspective, recycling actually is a game changer and is an economic viable solution. So if you need to think completely different if you want to take materials back onto a high level in the next relation. So you were talking that a lot of some of the material escapes the waste management and lands up in the waterways of the world. So we created in 2011 a foundation called Waste Free Ocean, which is active meanwhile in several parts of the world. And we look at several types of plastic gone astray. And we try to bring that back into loops, which is done by cleanup activities. We are working very close with, let's say, fishing communities in several parts of the world. We also try to bring back the material instead of taking it out of the sea and putting it back on the next landfill, is to turn it back into a nice product. And of course, there's a lot of discussions on legislation, awareness raising, education. And we're not alone to that. So what started as an idea from our offices in Europe has meanwhile gone out to organization with a lot of volunteers with worldwide spread, working mostly with volunteers. In India, we have a link with, among others, Afroshah. So we have sent him one of our tools to collect waste. He's more, you know more about him probably than I, because we never had a chance to meet face to face because of travel restrictions. But we look forward to doing that. So there are these kind of tools. There are many other tools. In the end, what you see happening here is an end of pipe issue, which could be solved probably earlier if you would have a better infrastructure of collection and waste management. And you could only do that if you do that by adding value to waste. What we do in the Americas, for example, is where they have similar issues. Can we use, and there is a discussion about building and construction, there's a discussion about lack of wood, for example, to build houses or parts of houses. So can we use some of those waste streams, which are complex and which are abundantly available, to make parts of houses or parts of furniture or part of that? So this is an example of some early day shelters for refugees, which were built with 100% post-consumer plastic coming from the beaches and etc. And this is a little bit how it looks like. So it's a multi-layer sheet. This kind of technologies are available today, but they're not implemented. So also, I think for a country like India, this may be part of a solution. I'm not saying it's the full solution, but look at these kind of options, whether you could replace wood applications, for example, with these kind of applications, because then you would give much more value to your waste streams and you will make it much more attractive for people to better collect it and to sort it and to bring it into the recycling schemes. Another one in the top 10 most littered item, we found a lot of fishing gear. This is a company in which I'm also involved in Denmark, which is meanwhile commercially recycling fishing gear on a high level. And there are setups, we set up schemes, and the European Commission has meanwhile also published a law for EPR for the producers of these kind of materials. And what did we do in the beginning? So in the beginning, nobody wanted the material, the recyclates. And I also heard that in earlier presentations. So we just tried out in all applications we could think of and found a lot of partners. So we turned, let's say, a fiber material into an injection molding grade or into an extrusion grade. And basically, we found out that the same material could be used in so many applications. And people were so happy to see all these results. But in the end, and we even made it into micronized material in rotor molding for children to sit on. But in the end, of course, this was our goal. Can we go back from ropes to ropes? And yes, we did it. So last year, we were very proud to announce that we produced the first rope with 97% post-consumer recycling content from maritime ropes. So the circle is there. And here's a proof of the closed circle. So the industry, maritime industry, is starting to uptake. With this learning, we know that we can take similar things from building and construction, because there's a lot of ropes in agricultural, there's a lot of ropes in the building and construction side. So with the technology developed for fishing gear and ropes, we can also start to take in these kind of input materials. And this was an LCA in the early days of this company in Denmark. We saved up to 82% of CO2 emission against virgin. There's a new LCA made because also in this factory now we have set to use green energy and did a few amendments. We are meanwhile above 90% CO2 emission savings. The unfortunate reality at the moment is that none of this saving has any economic value. And what has been a taboo in the European Commission to talk about it is that that taboo is gone. So there is a discussion ongoing. Other things, a project in which I'm involved, this is a project on behalf of the producers of synthetic roofings in Europe. So here you see that we have set up a scheme to collect post-use roofing and bring it back into a number of applications. There are many more, but just to give you some ideas of what can be done. We also see a picture in the bottom that we bring in stakeholder discussions with people, let's say, from artificial leather industry or from the carpet industry, because they have similar issues. And then we are trying to see whether there are joint actions to be made, for example, to facilitate logistics and sorting centers. But what we also see, and I also heard it by a previous speaker, that if you collect something and you want to keep it clean, then somebody think they can use it as a local dump site and put other things into your container. So this is a story which we also see still in the building and construction. We also see it in the packaging collection, I have to say, but it's getting less and less because of the learnings. But in the building and construction, people still think waste is waste. So there's a lot of behavioral change to be worked on as well. Then back in history, this is a very old slide. I see if things have a value, people will be careful and try to get it back. Here you see a lady sleeping on the PET bottles to guard them, and you see somebody collecting EPS boxes because they want to reuse them. But at a certain moment of time, you also see that there is a need for an uptake back in the industry. So in the building and construction industry in Europe, we see that a lot of EPS post-consumer material is ending up, for example, in insulation sheets. There is a will of the industry to even grow that. And knowing that the European Commission has set in for, let's say, what we call a renovation wave, and with the prices of oil and gas at the moment, Europe will invest much quicker into insulation and of houses and industrial buildings. You will see that the uptake of recyclate will speed up in these markets as well. Then for some complex materials, we started to work on different technologies. And one of the technologies is what we call chemical separation. So here you have a multi-material product, a tile or a carpet or a membrane. And by using new technologies, we managed to split 3 materials, which all 3 now can be recycled on a much higher level. So you can either leave it into it and make some more robust products, or you can try to separate with new technologies into monostreams. And from there, of course, then take it into the next generation of products. Here you see another example. This was a test done with carpet waste. And here you see that we really got the layer and the materials out of each other. So it's still in a relatively experimental stage. Interesting enough, now with 5 different sectors in Europe, we have jointly invested into a pilot plant to further develop this technology. This plant will come into operation sometime this year in one of the European countries. Here's some applications in the building and construction, which are already made with very high percentages of post-consumer waste materials. You see that also there the green procurement is playing an important role to stimulate uptake. So it's not new, but it has to speed up in there. Because in the end, if you add value to waste, and if you can make products which have similar qualities as the equivalent with virgin material, you should prefer this kind of applications with a higher recycling step. So coming a little bit to the end of my intervention is what is needed. I think, and that goes not only for India probably, but also for many other countries. There is a need to further invest in waste management infrastructure, especially on the sorting and on the collection side. If you make the wrong choice in your way of collection, in the end, it will become much more expensive and much more troublesome to sort various streams on. Of course, there's also a very big work to be done on the design phase. If you design something which is completely difficult to recycle or to sort, it doesn't have any chance at the end of life. In some countries, you need to formalize the informal sector and maybe create green jobs. So that's a social aspect. If you go for circularity, then go for high quality recycling plants. Don't go for cheap solutions. On the other hand, from an outlet point of view, you need to stimulate the outlet for recycled plastic. We see that, especially with drops of polymer prices once in a while, then you see a fallback that people will go for an easy solution. So you need to do that as a government. And one of the tools is, could we put a value on CO2 emission savings? there has been discussions in my country. An NGO agenda took, let's say, our famous oil company, Royal Dutch Shell, and also the Dutch government to court. And after a long fight, even up to the High Court, they actually won the claim that those companies and our government did not do enough to safeguard our country from the CO2 emissions threat surrounding us. And we are discussing whether, for example, the emission trade system, which is in place, which today has a value of around 60 euros, give or take a bit, whether that should not be lifted to a level of, let's say, minimum 150 to 200 euros. And in a recent discussion with them, the reflection is like follows. If in Europe, if, let's say, the value of CO2 emissions is roughly 50 euros, people will step away from coals. If it's at 100, people will step away from gas and go to, for example, hydrogen. So if you really want to make a transition, a speedy transition, you may have to think about, let's say, CO2 values of a minimum of around 150 to 200 euros a ton to really speed up market turnarounds. So this used to be a taboo. It's no longer a taboo on a political level. Then, of course, you also need to stimulate the uptake of greener products, maybe stimulate products with high recycling content who may then get, let's say, a return. So if you, on the one hand, you have to pay, and on the other hand, you can get a bonus when you uptake recycled content, that would be very good. Although not everybody is a fan of legislation, it proved that legislation is needed to come to a next stage. On the other hand, there's also a lot of money involved in setting up high quality recycling plants. Estimates in Europe, it's about 1 million euro for about 1,000 tons capacity. And you need roughly 25,000 tons to be commercially viable in these surroundings. On the other hand, you see that really, if you do it, you've got a return on investment of around 5 to 10 years. But you got a direct investment from day one in the social and environmental sector. But this has not a value directly. We see more and more, and for example, a country like France is already pushing now with the first mandatory EPR schemes for building and construction products, where the producers of products are also liable for end-of-life issues and have to put financial support to collect and to also take back the material. There's also a push, partly by law, to redesign for the products which are poorly designed, and I think that will be more. There is a landfill ban law already agreed upon in Europe, but not all member states have actually implemented the law, so there are still open landfills, but they will be closed over time to push people to go back to recycling. And in my home country, a small country like the Netherlands, we have about 17 million inhabitants, which in a country like India, I think it looked like peanuts. But we have 20 specialized high quality recycling plants, with some with food grade contact and everything. So a country like yours should be able to have a multitude of those. If we look at the building and construction recyclers, we only have about 5. So this is typically a market. Here you see that, let's say, the people looked at the packaging waste more than on the building and construction waste. So my expectation is that the recycling for building and construction waste will grow in the years to come. And then this was a take-home message. Yes, we are, with the way of consumption of our materials globally, we are doing harm to the environment. So let's take action while we still can, and let's think out of the box. And I think this man had a great statement on that. So we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Bernard, for this elaborate presentation, and you covered all the aspects related to. I think there are a lot of things that India needs to innovate for itself. As in the earlier session also, we are a very different country with different challenges. But yes, we do agree that there are certain things which have been tried and tested in Europe. Those need to be looked at when we design our system. So thank you so much, and your good luck for your initiative. And
thank you
and we continue the session. Now I would switch to Mr. Pulla Reddy, Regional Head, Alternate Fuel Resource, South India, Ultratech Cement. Mr. Reddy, over to you. So I would request you to kindly be brief. We are, moving behind the schedule, and uh, and we need to be very specific in this session now. So, Mr. Reddy, we would like to understand from you in terms of how do you think that so we had Mr. Saurabh Falsania in the earlier session coming from Dalmia Cement, and in this session you are coming from the same industry, but now the question is different. And the question is that in terms of your experience with the cement industry, what kind of, because now waste co-processing is now at the end of the choices that we made, but that we have for how do you foresee this decision? How do you think that whether cement industry is going to play its role, or but with a new set of challenges, because now industry also would also be looked at as a co-processor as far as the legal responsibilities are concerned. So, as a co-processor, what do you think needs to be looked at by various stakeholders, and what benefit co-processing offers? Over to you.
Thank you, Kamal, and the team at the Policy Times for having me here. It's my pleasure. I think with the short time that whatever I am, I'm able to get a perspective on what you guys are discussing. So, yeah. So, coming to co-processing now, we all have to agree that this is a mean where all energy-intensive industries look at substituting their part of fuel through co-processing material. While there are, close to about 41,000 types of different materials which can go into co-processing. So, lucratively, plastic of late has become, one of the resource material for cement industry to gain energy from. And I completely agree that out of all people, regulators or implementers who are present here, we would be at the end of the value chain, because I assume, and I could speak with authority that co-processing is the last resort that the plastic has towards the end of its life. Although we largely value co-processing as a recycling technology, because we recover energy out of this material at the most last stage of the plastic. So while agreeing on the concept that energy is required for cement industry to survive, because as I said, we are a very energy intensive industry. Apart from cement, predominantly industries like steel or power generation, these are the industries who use large amounts of energy. So somewhere in that line, cement kiln has its own advantage to co-process materials. We could derive energy out of these materials, whether it is heat value or the raw material value, and at the same time we could provide a very safe kind of a disposal of this material without any byproduct or any kind of debris which would exist as such. So cement co-processing has been regarded as as a resort for recycling materials towards end of their product life cycle, or end of their hierarchy as such. So to precisely answer your question on how cement industry is geared up, or what are these challenges that we face, I think cement over the process as it has evolved now, 20 years before, maybe anyone would have not imagined any other cement other than the ordinary Portland cement. Today, we mix ash with the cement. We call it as Portland Pozzolana cement. We also started producing slag cement with steel slag that is available. So cement also has been evolving as such, and there is a lot of technology which goes into production of cement. So using plastic in cement co-processing, I would give you a perspective of what Ultratech does, we are closely tied up with almost at my region. I am working closely with closely about 40 PROs who are involved in collecting, segregating, and sending parts of plastic into my cement plant, where we co-process these plastics, and we also provide co-processing certificates to these PROs as a testimony that the material has been used in the cement plant. So this is a normal scenario. I would say how is the market dynamics and all, and how equipped are cement industries to handle the whole process of it. I would say as long as we require energy, we are in lookout of materials. Predominantly, cement uses coal or petcoke as material which gives energy into the whole process of cement manufacturing. But then, because these plastics are of high calorific value, so we use the calorific value of the plastic, to substitute the heat that comes out of coal or petcoke, and we substitute it by percentage. So typically we call it as thermal substitution rate. So the amount, the TSR percentage of a cement determines of a cement factory determines the amount of alternate materials that they use. So so when these PROs, they are on behalf of brand owners, kind of segregating and supplying us material, we have been using them. So this has been predominantly the process, and I think it has been going on well. And when we come along with, how would be the future kind of a thing, we never thought, maybe about 3 years before, I have never thought plastics could substitute the market that we were catering to. As I said, 41,000 different materials can go into co-processing. So right now, we have been using plastic much. Like the same way, your RDF from the municipal solid waste, which can come in, it has all evolved. So I would say cement companies as such, as long as there is energy requirement and we are met with decent calorific value which comes out of the plastic, they would be able to take it. The economics can always be worked out. They can be looked out. But I think it's an excellent opportunity either for processors or people who are present there to tie up with the cement plant and looking at the presence that cement plants are located. If you talk about Ultratech, we're almost we have about 26 integrated cement units spread all across the country. So any nook and corner of the country, we would be able to be of service to this industry. So that's my perspective in a nutshell. And if there is anything that I should add, I'll be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Yes, indeed, India's efforts on reducing the emission intensity. India's efforts to reduce the emission intensity of its GDP, and which cement sector is one of the high energy intensive sector. Any efforts to reduce the carbon footprint would be accounted as our India's contribution, and that's where I think plastics do have a big role to play. Yeah,
I think mostly if it is carbon reduction, CO2 emission reduction kind of a thing, it's more on process oriented thing rather than using an alternate fuel kind of it. Because see, ultimately any cement plant, we might talk a language which is different from what a cement producer talks. It's all about the ultimate heat value the material brings into the kiln. Because see, you have to maintain 1 million kilocalories of energy in that kiln to as a chemical process. And end of the day, if that energy demand is not being met by any of the material, I don't think that would work. So that's how it is.
Okay. Sure. Sure. No, so now I would request, I would like to invite Mr. Anurag Tiwari, co-founder of Recard. Mr. Tiwari, your organization is at the forefront in terms of, you are one of the waste management agencies working across India, helping producers and brand owners. Now, you have been a part of our earlier sessions as well, but on the part of waste technology infrastructure, because now you guys are looking at the recycling as a business, and also the way regulations are asking us to take it forward. So we would like to listen from you. We also have Dr. Sheila joined in. Dr. Sheila, are you there? Senior Environmental Engineer, Kerala State Pollution Control Board. Yeah. Welcome, ma'am.
Thanks a lot for inviting me to this program. Actually, I am having a short presentation. I think the Policy Times will load that presentation.
Okay, sure. Asif, are you there? Can you please upload the presentation? And ma'am, can you please switch on your video? It would be helpful for
Actually, switch on.
Okay.
It's on.
Oh, we are unable to see you. Asif, yeah, can you start the presentation? Yeah.
Actually, there's a short presentation.
Sure,
This presentation mainly covers the statutory provisions and the peculiarities of our state, that is Kerala, and the challenges we face, and also the necessities for our state. That's all included in this presentation.
Okay, sure, ma'am. Look forward. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am. Yeah.
Next, please.
Anurag ji, abhi aapko you would be the next speaker now.
No.
Sorry.
Sure.
Yeah.
Next slide, please. Next slide. This is the rules that is practicing in all over our country. That is the Plastic Waste Management Rules 2015 and Solid Waste Management Rules 2015. As per the Plastic Waste Management Rules, the recyclable plastic is to be sent to the registered recyclers, and non-recyclable with calorific value, we have to send it for co-incineration and road tarring. That is specified in the Plastic Waste Management Rules, and no open burning of plastic waste. And Rule 9 specifies the extended producer responsibility registration by the brand owners and importers. And this is from the Solid Waste Management Rules. The Solid Waste Management Rules also covers the plastic waste and other waste like paper, aluminium, glass, etc. And then the door-to-door collection of waste from households and establishments are specified in the Solid Waste Management Rules, and segregation of waste at source, and then identification and setting up of solid waste treatment facilities. Next one, please. And Rule 17 of the Solid Waste Management Rules prescribes the duties of manufacturers, brand owners for disposable products, sanitary napkin and diapers. As per Rule 17.1, the financial assistance is to be provided by the brand owners for waste management to the local authorities. It is already given in 2015 itself. And then all brand owners who market their product packaging material which are non-biodegradable shall put system to collect back the packaging system generated due to production. As we all know, in the process of waste management, first we have to collect the waste from the households and establishments, and then it is to be taken. It is to be taken to the collection facility, and then for recycling. In Kerala, what is happening is that the government has spent a lot of amount for providing over 1,000 material collection facilities and more than 100 resource recovery facilities are here in Kerala. And then therefore there is no need for the brand owners to install this type of collection facilities here. And then in Kerala we are having around 140 recycling units, plastic recycling units, but it's not a large scale one. small scale industrial units, that is for making granules, buckets like that. We have small ports, small scale recycling units are here in Kerala. But that is for the recycling unit. But for the non-recyclable units, majority is the plastic packaging. In that case, we are not having any cement plant here in Kerala for co-incineration. One plant is here, that is the Malabar Cement, but that plant is having the feeding arrangement. So we are not able to send it for co-incineration. But we are having a company, that is a government company, that is diverting this waste for rotary. And actually, what we are lacking is on collection. That is the collection by authorized collectors. The absence of authorized collection means that is mainly responsible for littering on the roads and dump sites. And hence, we have to strengthen the collection part, that is from the households and the establishment. For strengthening that part, the government have provided Harita Karma Sena, that's authorized waste collectors for the collection of waste, that is segregated biodegradable waste from the households to the material collection facility, and then it is taken to the resource recovery facility where it is segregated, and majority will be non-recyclable with calorific value, that is MLP will be there, and all will be majority of the waste that is obtained by the waste, this authorized waste collectors will be that waste will be taken for rotary. Next slide, please. Because actually the rules came into existence in 2015 after 60 years. I think now 6 years to the 6th year. Then because our collection mechanism from household and establishment was not proper, because of that littering happened on our roadsides. That led to the ban of single-use plastic in our state. That is from 1st July 2020. But the branded items are excluded from this ban order. This order, this single-use plastic ban, this EPR items are exempted. Next one, please. Here, we are to the peculiarities of Kerala. That is, we are having filter mission that is giving technical support to the local bodies for waste management, and we are having a Clean Kerala company, that is a government company for handling biodegradable solid waste and non-biodegradable solid waste and diverting it for rotary, and some for the cement plants in Tamil Nadu. And they have also provided tracking mechanism for the vehicles carrying these waste. Then they are also documenting the waste collection, and they are also informing the Kerala State Pollution Control Board. Actually, our duty is to collect information on what is happening in Kerala, and that is how much quantity is generated, how it is treated, and how it is disposed. And these with quantification we have to collect, and we have to send it to the Central Pollution Control Board. But as it is a Clean Kerala company, it's a government company, they are reporting to us properly. And then we are having Harita Kerala mission, hygienic, that is for the hygienic waste management for effective disposal of for soil and water conservation. Next, please. And the government have provided 1,018 material collection facilities and 177 resource recovery facilities in Kerala. Then in the resource recovery facility, there will be a baling machine, shredding machine will be there, and weighing mechanism is also there. And therefore, the brand owners, they are not needed to provide more material collection facilities and resource recovery facilities in Kerala. And unlike other states, in Kerala, we are not having any informal waste pickers in the dump site. We are not having any such informal waste pickers in dump site. Then we are having scrap waste pickers. They are collecting only recyclable waste and they are giving it to the scrap merchants. And but actually that part of these which are non-recyclable is not collected by that scrap waste collectors, that informal sectors. And for that, for its collection, that Haritha Karma Sena, that is the authorized agency, have been provided for the authorized door-to-door collection from household and establishment. I think now more than 70% of the state is covered by the Haritha Karma Sena. But the main problem is that they are not getting enough waste. Then only we can maintain that system. That's why we are actually in 2018 onwards, we have conducted seminars and hearings and asked brand owners to support these authorized collectors. If we got a support from the brand owners at that time, I think now this situation we can avoid. Then for sanitary napkin and diapers, usually it is burned and causing carbon emissions and all. And now there's an order from the National Green Tribunal to collect this sanitary napkins and diapers from the household flats, etc., and take it to the common biomedical waste incinerators or to the waste energy plant. And now we are in Kerala, we are having the 2 common biomedical waste treatment facilities, and initiatives have been taken by the some municipalities. Punithura municipality, they have tendered and they have authorized the private agency for the collection of this type of waste. Actually, we all need the support, financial support from the brand owners. And now, then 142 recycling units are here, and more than 1,000 plastic manufacturers are here in Kerala. These are the challenges we face in Kerala. There is a majority of waste non-recyclable plastic packaging, and there is lack of collection leads to littering, open burning of waste and marine litter by the flow from rivers, and this led to the ban of single-use plastic. Ban on single-use plastic is from 1st January, and the brand to get the EPR registration, but so far not materialized in Kerala. Then scrap waste pickers take only recyclable plastic waste. Haritha Karma Sena, there is the authorized waste collectors. It's difficult to maintain because they are not getting wage from the user fee alone, and enough fund is not obtained for their waste through user fee. Because by strengthening this collection mechanism, then only we can implement recycling. And if we are not getting the waste from the households and all, not getting enough raw materials, how can we provide for? How can we go for recycling? That is why we have to strengthen the authorized collection system. Then Haritha Karma Sena, that is authorized waste collectors, is getting non-recyclable waste to from MCF. That is, this is taken for road carriage now in Kerala, and some is taken for cement plant. No, we have to get the support from brand owners for waste collection and collecting some from because some PROs are provided in our state. But there are a lot of PROs are there. We are not able to monitor them. We don't know what about their genuine reports, and some are reporting. Actually, we want a proper system, genuine system. That is, I think, with the support of any plastic manufacturer association, we can have a PRO, and then we can get genuine reports from that PRO. I think that will be a solution, because thousands of PROs, it is not able for the board. It is not able to collect from each. We are not able to collect. Okay, next one. Next one, please. For the Kerala, actually, we have to strengthen the collection mechanism. That is, we have to provide. We have to get if we get a fee model. I think we can opt for the fee model. By getting the fee model, we can give waste to our authorized collectors, and a facility for transportation we can provide, and thus we can avoid the open burning, marine litter problem, and be a part of climate change activities. In EPR rule, now we have the EPR rules. Here, no mention on the non-recyclable waste with calorific value. I think fee model can be adopted, and this fee can be diverted to authorized collectors as their waste. Then EPR rules give target for recycling only. In that case, we can involve manufacturer association as PROs for recyclable waste. and then proper documentation of packaging distributed to the state, waste generated, treatment and disposal, and proper tracking. That's actually what we need now. And then financial and technical support for the recycling infrastructure and for the concentration facility in the state. These are actually we need for the state. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for very elaborate and very insightful presentation. You have, detailed out the actions that have been taken so far, and Kerala is one of the states which has been at the forefront in terms of bringing new policies, bringing even the ban on SUPs. You implemented since the year 2020. So if you can throw some light, ma'am, we are now aware that the Central Pollution Control Board is working on creating a online digital system where every reporting would be made online. How do you find that system, to be worthy for you? Because it would be a kind of a single window for everyone, whether it's recyclers or waste management agency or industry or a PRO. So what's your take on that, ma'am?
Because these rules came into existence in 2016, 6 years, nothing happened. And we think there will be some, we expect something from that.
Sure, ma'am. So, and this CPCB online portal that would be there for registration and for PROs.
Because PRO, one thing, sir, that is, I told you that the main problem for the waste management is lack of collection facility. Because for that, we have to place some person for that, authorized collectors. If unauthorized sector is there, they will take it to the water bodies and dispose like that. We should have the authorized collectors. We have to maintain those authorized collectors, then only we can get the raw materials for recycling and others. So you have to give your attention, serious concern. This is a serious concern actually. But because littering happened due to the absence of this unauthorized sector, I think you have to look into it, and you can have some suggestion to the Central Pollution Control Board by if you give some fee model. I think in that case, if you choose that fee model, that fee we can divert it to the to the authorized waste collectors. And for other cases, you can employ PRO. The PRO means you can utilize the local, that is the state level plastic manufacturer association. Like that, you can engage them for to act as a PRO, and they will also generate genuine reports. I think you have to go for these two models, and because you have to look, you have to invest some amount to give us some fee for the waste collectors, authorized fees. Then only we can maintain the system.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you for your thoughts, and definitely, I'm sure we all can move forward to a better system. CPCB is making all efforts. State boards have been on the ground to ensure the plastic waste is collected, and the whole agenda of everyone is to ensure that every bit of plastics is collected and it's channeled for recycling and disposal. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would request now Anurag ji. I think I had already given some pointers to you, and look forward to your views now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving the time and opportunity. So I think we are already late and cross the timeline. So I just want to add on some points in Dr. Sheila's points. So yes, we are requiring a leadership on state level, a joint collective effort which can contribute to develop the local infrastructure on state level, like Kerala is expecting. So any model which can contribute in terms of finances, in terms of sharing knowledge, or helping them to develop the infrastructure, that can be a fee-based model, or that can be model which is actually implementing by the CPCB. like funding will go through the companies like RECARD or the PWPS. So the main objective should be fulfilled. The main objective is to develop a local infrastructure for collection and recycling. So if this session is for the South India, especially if we talk about the technology upgradation or infrastructure development in recycling industry or collection of waste, South is leading the country. If we talk about growth in last 2 years, before 2 years, there were some few names in India, in South India, who are doing good in recycling. But now we can say that like Shri Chakra has upgraded its technology, its plants, and making food grade quality material. Ganesha is a leading company, Ganesha Ecosphere. They are coming with their new facility in Warangal with 40,000 tons of capacity. Kundana Technotex, they are setting up, they have their plant in Hyderabad. They are making 54,000 tons of food grade quality material and supplying to Europe. So country is expecting innovative solutions, and South India is responding very well. If we talk about last year, RECARD has collected material from 31 cities in South India. Cities like Tirupati, Anantapur, Bangalore, BBMP, Mysuru, Udupi. These are the cities. Husur in Tamil Nadu, Bhavani in Tamil Nadu. They responded very well and contributed for fulfillment of more than 40,000 tons of EPR obligations of brand owners who are associated with RECARD. So what we can say, EPR is going to be a financing partner to the industry and knowledge partner to the stakeholders who are actually looking forward to develop a long-term ecosystem infrastructure which is going to be last for 10, 15, 20 years. So there is a requirement of collective efforts from brand owners. It can be industry-led something, or it can be a PRO-led something, or it can be a WML-led something. But it is happening. Many companies are asking companies like us to make a city level or state level long-term action plan to create a long-term impact with a collective efforts to count it as what they did from their pocket for the sake of their compliances or for the sake of their contribution for the betterment of the environment. So plastic reduction, plastic waste reduction is the objective of all the efforts, and South India is responding very well. The way co-processors have increased their capacity, ACC Wadi or Ultratech Dalmia, Ultratech Tadipatri or Dalmia Kadapa or Dalmia Belgaum has responded very well. They increased their capacity from 20,000 tons annually to around 1 lakh metric ton. So South India is responding very well. I want to say thank you to all the stakeholders on ground who are actually leading the country, and we are expecting the same response in next 2-3 years from South India. We can expect very good numbers and very good impact and result from South India. What we can say, what we can mention to you as of now. My submission, sir.
Thank you, Anuragji. Yes, you have highlighted the importance of all the stakeholders needs to be a part of this, and the way RECARD is helping industry to meet the EPR obligation. Yes, I do agree that we all need to be open to every set of model. I mean, when we are into a transition phase, I mean, the kind of national regulations are pushing a lot of new changes in the system. So we need to be open for new kind of innovative models, whether it's for a collection system, whether it's for reporting. So there were some suggestions from Kerala. There are, you guys are looking at it in a certain way. So, but yes, overall, only that model would work, irrespective of who pushes it. But that model would work, which would bring more value, which would generate more value into the system, which would generate more value to the stakeholders. so that's my personal view. Now I would request Mr. Sanjay Singh Baid. He is the SBU head of plastic division of Gravita India. Mr. Baid, you are heading one of the biggest recyclers in southern India, and we would like to listen from you that the recent mandates of bringing plastics, the plastic waste and channelizing it back to the industry for integrating into the plastic content the way we are saying it now. How feasible you think it is with the current system? Does your organization still producing plastic waste coming in and then granules going to the manufacturing or the manufacturers or the granule manufacturers? So how do you see this loop to be integrated in coming years? Over to you. Sir, you are muted. So we are not able to hear you. Although you have unmuted, but we are not able to hear you. Akram, can you check from your side? No. If you can log in from your cell phone, is that an option? Or there is some problem with your microphone? Right now you are muted, sir. Can you unmute? No, we are not able to hear you. Asif, can you help us? Yeah. Asif, can you help Mr. Baid to connect? Asif, can you send the link to Mr. Baid's mobile number or to his WhatsApp so that he can just join in? So if we are not able to connect Mr. Baid, so maybe we can host you in our next regional conference. We are losing out on time and people are just dropping out. Is that okay with you? So we would call you at the next session, sir. I think there is some glitch. We are not able to figure out how to move forward on this. And hello. Okay, I think it's about 40 minutes beyond what we budgeted for, and it's been a great learning. While listening to all the all our eminent panelists, and it would be a really so we would take this journey forward. It is not an end in itself. WeCare is this is a policy dialogue. It's a perpetual dialogue that we had planned for, and coming regions would be the western region and the eastern region of India. Do stay tuned to our LinkedIn channels so that you get the right information well before time. And thank you to all the panelists, all the delegates for joining this session. Thank you so much.